Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show. Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Yep. EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. You know, like, share, and subscribe. And hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now.
This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Back and forth, and you know I'm swinging bows. I'm about to change course, go home and changing clothes. I'm looking at this bitch, it seems like she's saying no. I'ma hit the streets, though I'm supposed to be laying low. I'm following the buzz, never know which way it go. Keep on bringing heat, cause the G.O.D. say it so. Sailing on the beat, so you can't chop and play it so. She got me for a piece, now I'm about to pay the hoe. Stop smoking, switch the sweets, where I gotta take a toke. Now I got a little guac, now I gotta make it grow. Keep on thinking we some hee-haw, mom, pop folks. We gon' hit you in your teeth, we keep a buzz all closed. I've been on it 5 days, so I'm sitting sideways. Now get out of my way, or I'ma hit your day. Take a lick on my dick if you don't like what I say. I'm the shit with the shit, so we gon' do this my way. Yo, we just getting started, so go on, say your grace. I'ma eat you rappers, though I won't enjoy the taste. I'm closing your estates while you falling on the stakes. I'm rolling on the bass while you rolling on the face. Sitting on the place, not knowing I'ma take your fast, slowing and it's fake. So I'm gonna It's not just talent.
That's what you ought to do.
Just gotta know what the fuck you doing.
Shawty come and jump in my ride.
That's what you ought to do.
When the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I will hit any chick who likes sodomy, sex on stilts, while a big top watching me. I eat fish like a culinary apology. I leave you like an open home. I just can't quit. Feel like it's a part of me. My wrist on lit. Time to join the party. We check the list quick. Who got the bottle? See a poker face chip. I know she gonna swallow me, bite my lip. While I'm watching people watching me, that's not it. Won't you climb right on top of me? My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. I feel it, you feel it. She say I'm feeling it inside of me. I dig it, you dig it. We digging all over your bodily. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. When the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing sign, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I done heard, I done thought, now I wonder and wanna see.
Said you really are the king of the jungle, but can it be?
Now you really gotta work and be holding the head of me.
Cause if you don't know how to stroke, it could cause a catastrophe.
I'm a soldier, so I seek and destroy you so naturally. Put some scratches on your back and then ask what the matter be. Demonstrations why the dudes and the women be after me. Leave 'em weak and desperate crying to see me on bad knees. They saying where she go? Daylight, flashlight, put me on extra glow. I tried to tell you though, platinum sunshine's about to blow.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine.
You feel like calling you?
I think I wanna give you some time.
You better follow through.
Stop playing shine, show me your grind.
That's what you ought to do.
Shawty come and jump in my ride.
That's what you ought to do.
Platinum sun is starting to shine.
You feel like calling you?
I think I wanna give you some time.
You better follow through.
Stop playing shine, show me your grind.
That's what you ought to do.
You want it, so come on, we gonna follow me. We like fires like Hanukkah, marijuana by the tree, like a harmonica. Lick it with no teeth. I like when it's sloshing and getting salty like the sea. Gotta slide it off and make sure it's softening for me. Reach the top of the mountain and have you sounding out your teeth. It sound like it's coughing and talking, saying more please. I'm sticking and stabbing it. Jason for heat, roll it on over and gon' get on the floor, please. Some you born in October, long as you over 18. Going to prison for pussy, just something that I can't see. Old bitch and she ready and she can munch a dick me. Gon' hop in my Chevy, we bout to hit the scene, man. The spot is so heavy. We hopping out scene, man. I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team, man. I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team.
Shawty come and jump in my ride.
That's what you ought to do.
The platinum sun is starting to shine.
You feel like calling you?
I think I wanna give you some time.
You better follow through.
Stop playing shine, show me your grind.
That's what you ought to do.
Shawty come and jump in my ride.
That's what you ought to
The
do.
platinum sun is starting to shine.
You feel like calling you?
I think I wanna give you some time.
You better follow through.
Stop playing shine, show me your grind.
That's what you ought to do.
I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'm digging your wife, she playing my mic. She really so nice, I call her my light. I say we off light, cause we stay up all night. Bet you ain't know she to take it all tight. Tell her, bend it over, let me take a small bite. Been waiting since October, see that ass fall right. Looking around the room, see passport eyes. And adrenaline feeling like a NASCAR ride. When the people ask about this, your ass gon' lie. Cause the truth is you did what you do in your life. Can't nobody tell you what to do with your life. Girl, gon' turn it over cause I know what you like. It's hard in the color of the asphalt, right? Just lay back and wonder what the past was like. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. While you looking at your panties ripped in half, that's right. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I ain't feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside, I'm feeling my life. Let me tell you a little something about life. Win, lose or draw, I'm still taking your life. I mean, if you ever wanna fucking come in my sight, you scream like you never screamed in your life. Flip it on over, gon' do it like this. Not riding with a soldier, then you ride against it. Looking from the other side, make your stomach get sick. Every person scheming, thinking he the one to get rich. Ever sit and really think what you would do with one wish? And if you knew afterward, you'd be sleeping with fish. Style will be done, here we come. Bearing gifts, these images make you wanna grab your crucifix. It's getting dark outside, no sleeping past 6. Not living in fear, cause that's really not it. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. If you owe me something, Nick, better give me my shit. I ain't feeling your side, I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright, I'm feeling alright. get inside. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side. I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright. I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. Sliding on in, this is it, instant win. If hip hop broke from some fix it then. Take real life shit, go ahead and mix it in. Not just streets unless that's where you sleeping in. They hungry out there, that's why we eating in. Honestly, don't even let the church deacon in. Blasphemous if you think I'm speaking sin. Survival is a must for all the creatures in. If you feeling life's tough, then you probably need a fin. Have a sucker, popsicle or something, take it in. Sharp teeth, eat meat, origin involvement. Why the UFC give you more than a grin? Why you take a seat when the foraging begin? Why you gotta creep just horn in the wind? I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I'ma stop cause I'm just Al Goring with a pen. I ain't feeling your side. I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright. I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I ain't feeling your side. I ain't feeling your side. I'm feeling alright. I'm feeling alright. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life. I'ma get inside. I'm feeling my life.
All right, that's enough of that.
I'm feeling your side.
How y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. Don't take our word for it. Look that shit up, please.
Yeah.
What's happening, Pat? How you feel,
Not much, man? Big chilling, bro. Big chilling. Just you know.
Man, I've been running around all day. I really wanted to come on earlier, and I would have, but I didn't finish what I was doing until just before I started the show. So, but I'm on time for my schedule still. But I really wanted to come on like yesterday, like we did yesterday. Well, we came on about 9:30 or something like that.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad we didn't, bro, because shit, I needed a little nap.
Oh, so you took a nap? So we get
Sure.
fresh Pat tonight.
Well, you know, you get a little bit of rest, Pat.
Yeah. Let me see. Before we go, I'm not gonna jump straight into it, but I saw something that I want to share with y'all. And I did a quick Google search and I couldn't find this nowhere. So I don't think it's out yet. This is it right here. Can y'all see this? Okay, let me turn on the sound.
It's small as hell.
Hold on. Remind me later. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna play it again. And then I'm gonna go to the captions. Can I go to the I'm gonna go to the let's go to the post, yeah. Okay, that's bigger. Okay, it just sounded like a bunch of screaming. This is the let me read the caption. It says, in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol, the Russian forces captured all members of the Azov battalion who were stationed there. The population of Ukraine celebrated this action of the Russian army. The locals insulted and threw garbage at the Nazis. So, but one thing that's funny about this clip, I mean, this is all really serious, but what the hell? There's Jamaicans in Ukraine? It's like a whole group of Jamaicans right there where that where whoever's filming the video probably. So I mean, just to make light of the subject a bit, so we got a bunch of Jamaicans in Ukraine, apparently.
I mean, you only hear like two.
Yeah, I think three. I think I heard three. I think I heard two guys and a female. So that's three. That's a lot.
Yeah, okay, I guess so for Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind, because I'm thinking like I didn't know Ukraine had Jamaicans at all. Like, and then it's a war going on. Why they didn't leave? And then you got racist people there. Like, I have so many questions.
They wouldn't let them go.
Let me see if I can. For some reason, I can't go to the captions. Why? Why can't I go to the captions? There's 0 captions. That's why.
So they actually found all of the Nazis that was there
in that city. So that city was Mariupol, and it was a lot of fighting. In the news, they've been talking about this city, Mariupol. So I'm gonna read the caption again. It says, in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol, the Russian forces captured all the members of the Azov battalion who were stationed there. So basically, you know, everybody that was there in that city. It says the population of Ukraine celebrated this action of the Russian army. The locals insulted and threw garbage at the Nazis. So in this clip, what you see is them marching the guys, right? These are prisoners of war. These are all soldiers, the ones in the middle, the Ukrainian soldiers. And the guys on the outside are the Russian soldiers. And these are all prisoners. So they marching them in front of the city on purpose. You know what I'm saying? It's like a walk of shame. So then the people, they're throwing trash at them, cursing them out. And so it just shows, this clip right here shows you that the media is lying to you, because it's like a damn parade. Look how many people are out there. So these are the regular folks. And what we was talking about before was, like I was saying, like, the Ukrainian people are not Nazis. They're just infected with them. You know what I'm saying? And Nazis are always going to be a fringe group. They're never going to be a majority. People don't have those kind of strong ass views. Most people don't have those strong kind of views. So they're always going to be a minority. It's just that they're so terrorizing and so terrible that they can freaking like take over a city. You know what I'm saying? And take over a military, infect the government, all that shit. Just because, you know what I'm saying? Because they're scary. You know what I'm saying? They terrorize people.
Well, I mean, they know how to get into little pockets of other small groups and make those groups fearful of their bullcrap. But I mean, obviously, I mean, it's quite a bit of them. But I mean, I kind of feel the same way with, like here in America. I mean, the average American ain't really, for the BS.
Yeah,
but
we're not extreme. Nobody on the white folks or the black folks, on the Hispanics, no matter which group or whatever. There's no majority of like Nazis in them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean,
most
I'm
people
sure we have our own population of them, but I don't think it's like the same.
Well, they can take over, so that's what's scary about this. So that's why I want people to understand that even the Nazis in Germany was a fringe group. That's what happens. They're willing to do the extreme shit. That's the thing. So like I was saying, most people aren't so radical. So the thing is, those radical people are willing to do extreme go to extreme measures to get their, goals accomplished. And the average person, not radical, they not like, most of the time people just gonna get out the way. Like they just don't want to be involved in it. Like you on some bullshit, like, God gonna get you. I'm gonna get out the way. You know what I'm saying? So, but that kind of element has to be stopped. You know what I'm saying? Because it just gains momentum. It gains steam. It rolls downhill and it rolls over people. destroy cities and societies. And so I think that what I was saying about the Russians from the beginning, like I'm not championing the Russians. But one thing historically, what I've noticed once I started studying, looking at this a little bit more, is the Russians don't fuck with Nazis, bro. They don't like that shit. Like they still got a bad taste in their mouth from World War II. The thing is, a lot of them died. A lot of the Russian soldiers died to stop the Nazis, bro. They remember this. Over here in the States, we're all like, we talk about World War II, but it's different because again, the war was across over the ocean. We didn't have no live fire over here in the States, nigga. The regular Russians felt World War II, bro. They felt it. Everybody in the society felt it. You know what I'm saying? Was affected by it one way or another. So they still remember that shit, bro. Like they like, bro, we don't fuck with Nazis, bro. Them niggas is out of control, and we're gonna get them niggas straight. And I think that's what's gonna happen. And I think, and like I've been saying from the beginning of this, is Russia got into this to put this to an end. This is not gonna drag out. The United Nations, the U.S., everybody else, you know, the West wants this to drag out. But Russia got into this to put this to an end, I think. And I think that's what's going to happen. So Mariupol is a major city. They already took Kyiv and another major city. So, I mean, how many major cities is left in Ukraine?
Yeah, because I mean, you know, really, when the U.S. really wants to stop something, they can. That's, you know, because I mean, I know that they already have a bunch of intelligence on the people that they wanted to stop. They know where they hang out. They know where they live. They know all these things, but they allow, you know, well, you know, of course we see Russia. They like, nope, not going down. Your ass, and I mean, shoot. It ain't nothing racist. It's a bunch of white folks. Like, nope, y'all asses got to go sit down somewhere. You know, but
look at this comment right here. It says, "Live longer for 150 years in metaverse, but only if you are willing to permanently leave your physical body and become a living app." One of the comments says, "Beware of those who like to play God."
Yeah, I'll be all right just living to 90.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I pass, bro. I'll pass. Y'all can sell that shit to somebody else. Just keep it moving. I'll pass.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. I think that's the direction we're going in.
1950.
Damn, that shit seemed loud. I turned up the volume on my CPU the other day because I think that video I was playing, the Chris Hayes video, was low. So now everything is loud because I turned that shit up.
And also worked in Area 51. His name was Valiant Thor, and he was an alien from Venus who worked for the U.S. government in the 1950s.
Okay.
A photograph of Thor was shown by Schneider during the lecture he was giving. He reported that it was taken in 1943. There are several photos of Valiant Thor circulating on the internet, but the most popular ones are the two shown below. The first photo shows a man of about 25 years old with sleek black hair. It is the picture that Schneider is said to have shown at the lecture. The second photo shows a much older man with short gray hair. He does not look much like the man from the first picture, but they claim that this is the same alien, Thor, in later years. According to Schneider, Thor looked like a human. However, physiologically, he was very different from ordinary people. So, he allegedly had 6 fingers on each hand, his heart was enlarged, he had only one huge lung, and his blood contained copper oxide. The IQ of Thor was over 1200, which is much higher than a human's level. Thor was fluent in about 100 languages, including aliens. In addition, Schneider assured that Thor knew many government secrets. For example, the US government has a device capable of causing earthquakes, which has been used in practice more than once. Further, in 1954, the so-called Greta Treaty was concluded between the US authorities and the Gray aliens.
Okay.
And the AIDS virus was developed at the Chicago laboratory as a tool to control humanity. Okay. And finally, the alien invasion of Earth will soon take place.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, Earthlings, We're coming to get your ass in 2 weeks. You be ready, okay, bitches?
Yeah. There is smart people that says that if it was contact with another intelligent species, that it would be a disaster. Like the contact would be, the result of it would be a disaster. It would be disastrous, is what they're saying. So I think that's true because we're retarded humans. So somehow we're gonna fuck it up. They probably come over here cool and just want to kick it with us, but then after they meet us, they'd be like, you know what? I don't think they need to live. I don't think. Let's leave this planet and then make sure ain't nobody there after when we go. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I think if they were, you know, when they do show up, they're gonna probably be like, "Hey, you know what? Let's go back. Let's go see what they did a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and kind of."
They probably would, yeah. I imagine that. You know what I imagine? I imagine that we're like a TV show for aliens. We're like the best reality TV show you ever want to see. And think about it. Think about it. If they could zoom in and watch whichever person they want, or maybe they could just watch a city, or you know what I'm saying? Like they have a whole bunch of options. It's so interactive, right? It's an interactive reality TV show. And they just like they have their people that they are fans of, like they champion, that they want to see them survive and make it and stuff like that. And then they got others that they want to see bad things happen to them or whatever. Like they just following different people for different reasons, or different cities or whatever for different reasons. Like, like the most intense reality TV show you could think of.
Yeah, extremely intense, but I don't know, man. The way some people think.
That's just me, like, daydreaming about the subject. Like, yeah. Yeah. So, today, the name of the show is Another Brick in the Wall. And I want to continue our migration or immigration argument and talk about Texas. That's what I want to talk about today, and how it relates to that topic. The history of Texas. Really interesting stuff. It's really interesting stuff.
Well, I mean, it is very interesting because, I mean, the more I learned through, my indigenous government, is that, I mean, we were like, especially like one of the bigger migrations from Mexico in, not sure what time period this was, but most of us settled in, like the people who settled in Louisiana, black people that settled in Louisiana came from Mexico.
Yeah.
But the weird thing about that too is what parts of Mexico, because like Mexico was all the way, like, at least southern, maybe mid-central California, over
right,
Nevada.
Right, all of Texas. That's what's crazy is Mexico lost like half of its fucking territory behind Texas and all that shit. That all of that shit was Mexico. That's a huge ass amount of space. So that is a good question if you to think about it in that context. But what I was gonna say when you first said it, like my first thought is it doesn't matter. These are the same people, really.
Yeah, and I've tried to tell people, like, there's this dude that I see him on YouTube and maybe even some Facebook stuff, and he calls himself the Blaxican or whatever. It's like, dude, like, there's really no difference between us other than we speak Spanish, we speak English. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying? Like,
that's really what it is. The same thing with the Jamaicans, the Haitians, people in Belize, because these are Americans, original Aboriginal Americans,
yeah,
but with a little bit of mix behind all of the colonization and so forth and so on. But not all of us are mixed with them. That's another part of it, you know. And then you think about dominant genes. You have to remember recessive genes and dominant genes. Dominant genes always win, almost always.
almost always.
I
For the
had to
most
correct
part,
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
usually the dominant wins, but you know,
sometimes it don't.
there are cases because I mean genetically still, I mean because outer appearance, you know, of course, sometimes people look at the outer appearance and thinks that that's really, you know, what says what's the strongest, but you know, that kid still turn around might end up can be very light skinned, but when they get ready to have kids, they
The
might be
kid
with
might come
somebody,
out dark. Yeah, and they and,
yeah,
and they
might be
still
the
get with
same skin.
dark kid because
Yeah,
we had a span. That's another thing. You know the it that's what the thing I'll be trying to say. Like the way people look now is kind of like how they looked before. Like the span of skin tones was there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
hmm
So like that's the thing about the colonization because they want to say all the Mexicans didn't get mixed, bruh. Let's say black Americans, the slaves, adios, or I don't know what fucking term. All those terms suck. The black people in the United States, people of color in the United States, they are what was it? I lost my point, but they
I like
didn't
the
get mixed.
FBA term. Go
They,
ahead,
they
no, go
didn't
ahead,
get
go
mixed.
ahead.
Not all of them got mixed. That's what I'm trying to say. So the Mexicans, not all of them are mixed, bruh. Some of them are still the same. That's why you look at them and see. That's what people be trying to say, like that. All of that's that Spanish influence and the way that they look, but it's not all of that. Is that you know what I'm saying?
Well,
That look that they have, they
ethnically,
already look like
so
that.
so ethnically, what would you say they are mostly the light skin ones that you see? They're just straight Spanish and Portuguese still, like they're
Some
just
of the light skinned ones, that's my point. Some of the light skinned ones could have been not mixed at all. At all. Still Aboriginal.
even the light. You saying even the light skin ones?
Even the light skinned ones. Because
Well,
there
I
was a
would
span.
you know, I would definitely debate that, but I don't have enough evidence really to say that.
They
To
they had different shades. Just like black people today. It's the same.
well, and we got to also take into the account that there was a lot of dark skinned uh Europeans, whether they was uh you know Spanish, you know Portuguese,
Yeah,
French,
if they came out
uh,
of Italy during that time, they was probably
Italy,
pretty dark.
yeah, a lot of them were still dark. I mean, because a lot of times we're looking through the lens of you know what we
Present
call these
day.
people. Yeah,
Yeah, and because in anyways the whole structure of the race is only recent. So back then they didn't even look at it like that. So that's why like it's if trying to look at the past through a like a racial lens of present day don't work. You have
at
to
all.
take it out and to understand what was happening because them people didn't look at each other the way we look at each other racially today.
There are some sources. You know, people talk book, you know, have books about these different people that lived back then. Some of these descriptions, that's just like I was watching well Camaro, like what's his name? Aha, I, f- I, f- I forget his name. I can't think of it right off, but you know, he does a lot of historian work, and when they describe a lot of these people, it usually uses the term Swarthy, and Swarthy is a term for black people, dark skinned people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're talking about like Columbus, talking about like, like the people that, they've made, you see portraits or, statues or whatever of these people that they reverence. They make them look like modern day, Europeans or what we consider to be white people. But a lot of those people were dark skinned people. So,
It's just
I
a lot of
mean,
confusion. It's just a lot of confusion because the all those racial constructs are just new developments. It's like post-colonialism. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
yeah, it's like they needed that because
l-
it was
even,
developed in to justify slavery and all that shit. So
yeah, I mean, even like Abraham Lincoln, they, have him looking like, you know, tall white guy, whatever. Well, there's like a few books that describe him, like, and even like a book where he described himself as, you know, real dark, like talk about his skin being real dark, look almost like bronze color. So it's like these people that they, like we would have to say that Obama definitely was not the first quote unquote black president, you know. And even if we're looking at just like within the United States of America, because we can totally look at the continental the continental United States and Confederacy as a different government. So even if they use was Andrew Jackson, no, wait a minute, hold on, no, yeah, Andrew Jackson, like there's like pictures of him being real light skinned but with black features. And I actually saw a picture of who them showing as him. So it's like there's a big misconception about the people of our history, even like the forefathers of the United States. Like it's crazy.
I'm trying to
It's
see. I saw some shit about inflation that was really making me think about. I thought about you when I was just watching it. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, this is what I've been screaming the whole time. I don't know if I want to go into that or because I'm kind of just taking the long route to the topic right now. A couple of other little things. Let me see. Fox News cut off old girl for telling the truth. But this fucking video is kind of long. Can I get away with playing this? It says the media needs a new mission. This is it right here. I ended up watching this whole damn video. It's 22 minutes. That's not that long, but I'm not gonna play all of this. I'm just gonna play little.
Dollars extra a week, a month. When will it end? 7%, 10%. And I'm like, oh my God, this inflation has now gotten to a point where it's really beginning to affect people's bottom line. And they start going into the why of it, right? And the why of it is supply chain and pandemic and all these different things, and nobody can keep things on the shelves and demand. And I'm thinking to myself, I think we're missing one small part of this, and that is these companies are making record profits. Like when they keep talking about controlling inflation, they keep talking about we got to raise the interest rates and try and retame this tiger. And it's the only thing you can do. And yet, there is one other thing that we haven't ever considered, and that is these companies don't necessarily have to jack up their prices.
The amount the prices have been raised is far more than the cost of putting those products on the shelf. So it's just a choice.
Boom.
And it's so funny that it's like prices are going up. What do we do? It's this complex problem. And no one's like, wait, have people just made the prices more?
Yes.
That's the part that always confuses me. It's like inflation is always something that just happens to companies where it's like, I don't know what's going on. Versus people being in the boardroom being like, we're gonna charge $3 more.
Yeah.
And by the way, only happens when you raise people's wages. When you pump the money at the high end, at the asset end of like real estate and bonuses, everybody's fine. The minute you give somebody fucking a couple of bucks extra an hour, everybody's like, milk is $1,000 a gallon. Can I tell you who I blame?
Who?
Rogan. It's gotta be. All right, so here's what we did. We got in on the. Are you all right, Henrik? Oh boy, Henrik is out.
I'm just making a good face for the memes that are going to be made.
I know they're coming. So somebody had a tweet storm. Is that the correct way to go? Go viral. We reached out immediately. Her name is Lindsay Owens. She has a PhD. She's the executive director of the Groundwork Collaborative, is also an economic policy advisor for Senator Elizabeth Warren, Sociological Association Congressional Fellow, a teacher on domestic poverty inequality at Georgetown University, which is a fine institution. Lindsay Owens, welcome to The Problem. Nice to see you.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here with you.
Lindsay, your tweets were music to my ears. I've been yelling about this idea that we have no control over inflation because we can't. Companies still got to make the profit that they make. The only thing you can do is raise prices. Lindsay, what's your take on inflation? What's going on? And if that is the only solution?
Yeah, I've been yelling about this for a while too. You hear a lot about inflation falling from the sky, or Jerome Powell, the chair of the Federal Reserve, sort of like waving a magic wand and deciding the price. But the truth is prices are set by firms, right? Companies decide the price that they want to charge for goods. And what we have been seeing that was starting to disturb us is reporting not just of an increase in profits, right? Increase in profits, fine. Demand is up. You sell more lemonades at the lemonade stand, you're going to drive more profit. But what we're seeing is an increase in profit margins. So there's this story about how they had to charge you more because the lemons cost more.
That's right.
Okay, fine. Like they pass on the cost of the lemons, the additional cost of the lemons. That should not drive up profit margins. Profit margins are driven up when they pass on the cost of the lemon and then tack on like a little something extra for the effort.
So in a time of crisis, and we are in a time of crisis,
they're starting to charge people for them charging more.
Ability to say to a company in a time of crisis, you stop jacking us on lemons. We're just.
And then, what's crazy about that? What they mentions in this video is that it's actually illegal to do. They have laws on the books. You know how, like, whenever it's a disaster, the corner store want to charge you out the ass for water or whatever, or the gas station raise the price on whatever, and that's illegal. You know what I'm saying? And people get in trouble. Price gouging. People get in trouble for that all the time. Every time there's a hurricane, somebody gets in trouble for that. Because they enforce that. But they don't enforce it on the company like level. Like, you know what I'm saying? They attack little small businesses and shit. They don't fucking attack a company for doing it. Like, it's crazy.
The corporations.
Right. The corporations. And they doing it on a massive level. And it's like she said, profit margins. Like, okay, it costs you more to move shit or whatever. So that's why you got to raise your price. Well, then why are you making so much more money than you was making last year? Where's that profit coming from? All this extra profit.
We already know. Like, that's just like, all right. I've been saying this for a long time because I know, like, because I know you probably, I say that inflation is real because it is, because of, them raising prices and this, that, and the other. But it doesn't cost any more for someone to grow a lemon than it ever has in life. Okay, yeah, somebody might charge more for seeds, but it doesn't really have that kind of impact. You know, you putting it in the soil, you water it, whatever, blah blah blah. It doesn't cost any more for the you know, the oil companies to pump fuel or even get the, you know, to refine it and get it
More
to the
production.
gas
Yeah.
station. Like it doesn't cost them any more from, you know, the, you know, than it did in the 70s than it does now. But they just, that's just a hidden, it's a hidden tax. I mean, that's what inflation is. It's a hidden tax. But, you know, they don't really talk about it in that because this is
Robbery.
the
It's
that
extortion.
it's the yes, it's theft.
Ass raping.
Yeah, no Vaseline.
Because it ain't nothing you can do about it. You gotta bend, you gotta grab your toes, bro. What you gonna do about it? When you go to the gas station and the price is whatever it is, what you gonna do? You finna pay it.
And I said, what you doing pulling your pants up? We're not done.
Hey man, all I gotta say is y'all better stop pulling y'all pants up for these folks. I'm talking to Pat and Chaka both. You know what I'm saying? Don't pull your pants up. Pull your pants down. Tell them to kiss your ass. You know what I'm talking about? What'd you say? You told
Shit,
me
man.
last night you got
Hey,
big ears, so you should hear, motherfucker. You should hear.
man, say bro,
big
look,
ears.
say bro, they ripped my pants. My
They
look,
went
my
through the pants. You ain't have to
know
take
what
them
I'm
down.
saying? Like I still got my belt buckles tight. Well, shit, they ripped my pants and still get.
Hey, Pat. Chaka.
Yo.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we in the hotel because we broke down, but this is my co-driver I was telling y'all that stood up.
What's up,
co-driver
bro?
I told y'all that stood up to the
What's up, man?
to the white guy that was talking
Okay,
all
all right.
that crap that night.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Whatever.
Peace, my
This
bro.
him
Peace.
right here.
All right, man. Peace and love, man.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know if I'm on speaker.
Yeah, you
This
sound
iPad
okay.
be good, but can you hear me?
You sound okay, but a minute ago it was an echo, but I think you're good.
It's kind of low.
Yeah, it's good.
It's kind of low. It's on my end. It's not his end. That's the camera.
It sound good. You sound good.
That turns red when I'm
Y'all
on
had
the
a
live
breakdown?
I have no.
You said y'all had a breakdown?
Yeah. We broke down here. Blue Origin. I can hear it a little bit. It's not as loud as it should be. I'm not sure, but yeah. No, we had a breakdown. We were here at Blue Origin where they did the launch this morning at Jeff Bezos's facility out here in Salt. It's what is it called? Salt Dunes or Van Horn. It's out here off of Highway 54 in West Texas.
talking about
He has a
Musk,
facility
Elon
called
Musk.
Blue Origin. He did a launch this morning, and
Musk.
We were out here in our leveling valve on the steer axle for the air ride suspension busted.
On
the air ride suspension busted.
The air ride suspension on the leveling valve. Some of your cars have it on that, but it's.
You talking about
hold on,
your
guys.
drives. You talking about your drive axle.
It's pretty low. I know. I don't know why, man. My iPad should pick it up. Hello.
Deuce. You
Yeah.
talking about
There we go.
You talking about your drive axle.
No, my steer axle. We have because our trucks that they order for us have the Hendrix suspension on it, so it's air ride from front to back. And the leveling valve on the steer axle on the right side. So there's a leveling valve on each side that keeps the tractor suspended properly. And that leveling valve for some reason the little pancake gaskets inside the leveling valve busted and allowed for airflow to continue on. And what that does is it kept draining our air tanks. So we were broke down for about 4 or 5 hours out there in the middle of the mountains. So
Damn.
we here in Van Horn, man, at the hotel, and we got to hang out with some Blue Origin people from the launch. A couple of the workers, we got to hang out with some. I don't know if they were astronauts or not, but there were a couple of people. We got to hang out at them at Texas Cattle Company, and you know, drank good and eat good with them. Talk crap. That was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Y'all
man.
went on. Y'all went on and had y'all a couple of shots of tequila and
Might as
Yeah.
well,
a
huh?
few
Yeah, we had.
beers.
Yeah, we had. Yeah, we had all of that. We probably. Yeah, we had all of that. Not gonna lie to you, but shots and beer and everything else. But it was a good time, man. They treated us well, and
So what kind of
they don't
event
have
was
to
it?
treat us well.
What kind of event was it?
They had a lunch.
So
They had
y'all
a lunch.
crashed
They went up
y'all
to
crashed the
space.
party.
They
Y'all truckers and y'all crashed this damn snoozy
Mhm.
ass space station people's party.
Yeah. No, 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 no. We didn't crash it. They actually had an opportunity to go to space. They had an opportunity to go to space, and when they came down, they dealt with us accordingly, and we filled their hydrogen tanks like we were supposed to. So they're good. They're happy. They're happy. We filled their hydrogen tanks like we should, and they were happy about it. I mean, these aren't people that don't that don't care. They were concerned and they helped us, and you know we accomplished our goal by coming out here. But I also say they didn't have to do that because you know they spent about $3 or $4 million for a load of liquid hydrogen, so they didn't have to take us. They didn't have to greet us at the restaurant and offer to pay for our meal and everything else. But they did.
Yeah.
So
I have
yeah.
wondered before how much would a tank of that hydrogen what's the value of it? You said $3 million.
Man,
Good Lord, what is
it's
going on here?
expensive. It's expensive, man, because you got to think about the process. They're sucking it in on a pipeline, and they're running it through all of these different apparatuses, and the chiller system alone, because they have to chill it to that temperature of a negative. What is it? A negative 416, 415, 416 negative. So it's only a few degrees below. It's only a few degrees from absolute zero, and I think absolute zero is a negative 421, 420, something like that. So it costs to keep that stuff in a liquid form. And that's like I tell people. A lot of folks make fun of our trailers because of the way they look, but it's like I tell people. I mean, this is they entrust me with a lot. You're looking at a $3.2 million trailer, and then you're looking at about another 180,000 for a truck. And then you think about the two lives that they put in the truck and what they would have to spend if one life is lost inside this truck. So, you know, we're rolling down the road between the two drivers, the trailer, and the truck. You figure $30 million worth of equipment, and that's they consider the drivers equipment. So
Oh shit.
it's Lord have mercy. I done forgot about life and looked at ass. And Chaka gonna change it. My show is about instructing people and teaching people about humankind, and you're looking at ass.
Let's put it on Elon Musk. So
Yeah, that's
they'll-
your boy. That's your boy, huh?
Yeah. So
Hey, I love Elon, bro. Y'all, hey man, if you ever get an opportunity, McGregor, Texas, Boca Chica, Texas, which is down at the down at the Mexico border, or if you ever get an opportunity to go to Cape Canaveral, which would be impossible because it's military ran in Cape, but man, he's a phenomenal person to watch during the lunch, and he's diverse.
So you saw him and everything. You was there. Y'all was there.
Well, I went to his facility on several occasions, and he does
Oh.
not mind regular human beings to watch them testing the engines. He's a very progressive person, man. Elon Musk is people hate him, people love him, people hate him, but he's a very progressive person. He's very diverse. He believes in that, all minds, can come together and create something great. He's not one of them that, oh, I'm just gonna, take away from this, or
I've
oh, I'm
created
gonna
one of
shut
the
people
greatest.
off from this.
Yeah, I've created one of the greatest things. So now you need to kiss my ring, bitch. He,
Yeah,
that's
he's not
that's what he
not
say
one
when he
of
go
them
home.
people.
That's what he say when he go home.
No, no. Hey, whether he says it behind closed doors or not, how many undercover races do we work for?
Mm.
You know, being whether you be a company guy or whether you be an independent contractor, to make money
I was
in
thinking
this
about that today.
economy and to make money in this world.
I
We
was thinking about
know
that
that
today.
at the end of the day you have to kiss somebody else, and that's one thing that I tell guys that go out there and buy, oh, I'm gonna go buy my own truck because I'm my own boss. Yeah, you're your own boss to a certain extent. You become a slave to the people that contract you. So when they call you at your kid's party and say, hey, we need a load moved. We understand it's your kid's birthday and you had the day off, but you're the only person that's accessible. Guess what? When you say no, you lose that contract. You know? So we can preach, I'm my own man, all we want, but at the end of the day, we submit to somebody.
but
We
that
submit
that
to somebody or something.
yeah, I mean that happens to even the owners, like the people who are like those, if you want to call them racist or whatever. That happens to them too. So I mean, who because I mean, as an owner, as a boss, you have more bosses. The more of a boss you are, the more bosses you have because the people become your boss. Like you still have to try to
All right, bro.
make the people happy.
All right. I'm gonna go grab me some food, Sparks. I got my key if you gotta lock the door. I got my key, bro. Sorry about that, Pat. I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. I mean, when you become an owner or a boss, that's where you become what. That's where you have more bosses because, let's say you own a restaurant. You're the boss. You're the top CEO, the president, whatever. But everybody that walks into your facility is somewhat a boss. Like you're trying to make them please them, make them happy.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This little clip is like got me laughing. 'Cause yeah, that's the one that made me laugh because it's like a big ass rat. When you're getting off the bus, like you really wouldn't be that surprised. Like you just don't want it to touch you. Like a big, huge rat. Just you just be like, ugh. And I hate fucking rats, bro. Out of all the animals, bro, them motherfuckers, bro. Ugh. It's my childhood. I dealt with them too intimately.
Yeah, in your childhood, them motherfuckers used to, while you was asleep, they come up and be like, hey, Chaka, this is a dream.
You're dreaming. I'm not talking to you. Them motherfuckers, bro. Ugh. Anyways, Doc, you here? Did you hear anything we was talking about the inflation stuff? Who is this chick? I recognize this chick.
Yeah, I've seen both sides on that.
Yeah, did you hear them talking about, like, they're talking about the profits, right? The profit margin, increased profit margin. So it's like, just basic economics without doing the math. You're like, okay, you guys are saying you're raising the prices because it's costing you more, but why is your profit margin so much bigger? Like, without even looking at the numbers.
Because they also have to estimate the upcoming costs of all these new laws coming in, all the gas inflation and increased delivery costs coming up, all of the increased minimum wages that are going up across the country over the next couple of years. That you got to figure all that in too. I'm not saying they're not going for more than they should, but there are both sides to the numbers. It's not just corporate greed. It is also expecting this recession that's about to smack the shit out of all of us.
Yeah, so they just lining their pockets. I mean, that's still saying the same thing.
They're creating the recession.
You're saying they're trying to line their pockets, but what about having money to continue operating when it hits?
Yeah, so it's still, like I say, that's still saying the same thing. Like,
no,
hey,
it is absolutely not. You're saying they're doing it just to put money in the people's pockets. You're not considering the fact that the corporations have to stay open, because if they get hit like the mom and pops just got hit, they're going down too. And then what's going to happen? Then who's going to be delivering everybody's food?
I think some of these corporations do need to go out the damn door. I ain't gonna fucking lie. Like, some of those banks should have went out back in 2008, 2009. Why the fuck they still around to this day? So, but what was you saying? Damn it, I lost it. The argument of them faking it. Oh, lining the pockets. Oh, the corporations being a person. That's how they look at it, right? Like, a corporation is like a person, like, you know what I'm saying? So a person protects its own interests and, make sure he's good as like an individual. So this is a big corporation, but it's still looking at itself as a live entity. So then it's like, okay, yeah, so it can look at the situation and be like, bro, we got issues coming down the line, so let's make sure we good and we could be able to weather the storm. So, but that's the same thing an individual would do. That's the same. That's, in essence, I feel like that's the same thing as lining my pockets, because the guy with the arrogance, the guy that just wants more money, I mean, maybe he don't have a purpose, but ultimately the result is the same.
So providing for the continued existence of your household is the same thing as lining your pockets for greed. That's what you just said.
Okay, well, my thing is, okay, the corporations are fine. The corporations are good throughout everything. I mean, where is the relief for the average everyday person? Like, it's more of us than it is of them. But when it comes down to these products that they're still getting for the same price, I mean, like, okay, okay, the tariffs that they might be getting charged from, importing, I know those things have changed based on, the trade agreements and things like that, but I don't think it's that, limits. Like, bro, I was in the store today getting me some damn limes costing freaking 75 cents each. And I'm like, bro, I could get 2 for $1.
You just feel like you're getting robbed, right? You just like, bruh, it's not about the, like, I got the $2 or whatever, but you robbing me.
No, I got the money. I could pay for it, but it's just like, it just feels wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's like somebody touched you on your private parts.
I'm like, dude, these the same damn lemons. These the same damn limes that, I was buying less than a year ago. Like you know what I'm saying? They look the same, they smell the same. You know, bro.
It's like something's wrong here. Am I in the Twilight Zone? What's going on? Am I the only person noticing this? What is happening?
Bruh.
Am I on candid camera? Where's the camera? Stop it.
All right, y'all, come on. So, women, y'all got coupons at the register waiting for me to be able to put it back at the regular price. Yeah.
Okay, now limes are a very specific case, and you should know this, Chaka, being in food service. Every year about this time, the South American cartels, because 90% of the limes in the world are grown down in South America. So these cartels, they come in and put up roadblocks on the trade routes and
make them pay.
They steal them and make them pay. So this time of year, limes always go up. Now, 2 or 3 months, they're going to go back down. You'll be able to get those 5 for $1 key limes and all that, but not until the later produce begins producing. Because this first wave of them right now, the cartels are like, yeah, tax, toll money.
That makes me think of that movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy, and it was about the crop, and then they got the information, and then they was. And this is tied to all of this too, because then it's the trading, the insider trading. Oh, Nancy Pelosi was all like, what did she say? She said somebody was a crook. Oh, she was talking about Clarence Thomas. She said he shouldn't even been on the bench in the first place. That's what she said. And she was like, and if your wife is all she said they need to have ethics. She said we want to pass ethics for the Supreme Court because they don't have ethics clause or whatever. And a judge can recluse themselves from a case on their own personal for their own personal reasons. But she was all like, yeah. So, but if your wife is all like intimately involved in some coup and shit, then that should be some damn cases that you should be reclusing yourself from.
What coup?
She's talking about January 6th. So, but look, wait, let me get to my point. But my point is this. When I saw that clip, the only thing I could think was, I was like, Nancy Pelosi, is it there? Can we say some similar stuff about you like that? Something related to insider trading, something related to your husband being trading stocks, and something related to the legislations that you passed directly impact his trades.
Yeah, somehow they never lose. Like people like, wait a minute, what is Pelosi? What is she putting her money in? What, you know what I'm saying? Shit, they want to know what her and her husband were gonna do, because they knew that was gonna be a winner.
Yeah.
Who is she to talk about someone doing a coup? She spent 4 years doing everything in her power and spending millions of taxpayer dollars trying to unseat a lawful president. Who is she to talk about someone else trying to do a coup?
Yeah, so I just thought that was funny. The pot calling the kettle black in that one. Like, come on, man.
But that's how full of shit they are, bro. Like, I'm sick of all of them. Like McConnell, Pelosi, fucking Biden. Because I mean, all these motherfuckers came into Pelosi hadn't been there as long as some of the others, but still,
she's been there forever, bro. She's been there forever. She's been there forever.
She's been there for a long time, but what I'm saying, like, there's some that's been there for 50 years.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, when Andrew Jackson and someone was there.
the civil rights era and shit.
Since the American Revolution, motherfucker.
Like, bro, we need some new blood in here.
One of the Congress or senators was a Congress or senator when Nixon was still in office.
This nigga witnessed the JFK assassination and shit.
You know, say, bro, why you bullshitting? While you bullshitting, he might have been one of the people to set it up.
Oh shit! Let me play some of this to get back to the inflation shit.
just going to keep riding this lemon analogy, Lindsay, all the way
Yeah,
through
why
the
not?
end of the podcast. I hope you don't mind that.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are a number of reasons why we're seeing high inflation right now. First of all, we've got some demand. People are buying some products. Some of that is because people have money in their pockets. That's a great thing. And I don't think the solution to this problem is to make a bunch of people poorer to solve our, inflation problem. Some of what we're seeing is, a shift from more money being spent on services to more money being spent on goods, right? That's creating some real supply challenges, right? Like supply is not meeting demand. And there are a lot of different reasons for that we can talk about. And the pandemic, of course, is among them, but it's not the only one. But some of what we're seeing is this just sort of rank profiteering. Now, there are some tools in our toolbox for dealing with profiteering when it reaches the level of being sort of collusion or price fixing.
Or gouging.
Yeah, in 38 states, there are laws on the book against price gouging in certain situations, like emergencies, like when there's a flood or fire or an earthquake, things like that. But other tools that we have in our toolbox, frankly, when we see sort of rank profiteering like this, is like we can drive on tax, right? We can raise the corporate tax rate. We could implement an excess profits tax.
You're talking about a legislative fix. Legislative.
So.
Go ahead.
There's no laws against the whole idea when it said, I'm the government and I fucking said so.
Yeah, so when the corporations are in bed with the government, they're writing the laws. And that's what he's going to say, though. He's going to say, I don't have no faith in that path.
Fix. I don't have any confidence in, Henrik and Kason might, but I don't, because the government is so slow to act. They are so analog in a digital world. And I want to make clear, have you guys noticed? Because I notice this when I go shopping, like these are Johnson & Johnson. This is like if you go to the drugstore, Tyson, if you go buy chicken, like these are major companies that have jacked the prices really high. And you're saying chances are it's not commensurate with the added costs of their supply chain issues. It's actually quite a bit larger than that. And would they admit to that? Like if you were to call them on that, what would they say?
Well, we don't have to call them. They've already told us. So my organization, we looked at hundreds of earnings call transcripts. So earnings calls are just the calls that CEOs and CFOs have with shareholders when they release their quarterly earnings report, as they do on a regular basis and file those with the SEC. By the way, they have to tell the truth on earnings calls by law. So this isn't just, embellishment or bragging. This is them telling us what's actually happening. And what we see time over time, I mean, we're not cherry picking this. I mean, it's a target rich environment. The CEOs are really just bragging and crowing about the pricing that they've been able to pull off.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna reenact, Lindsay. This is Kason. You're gonna be a shareholder.
Okay, so what say you, Doc, on her what she was saying? Because I really think that it's bullshit, bro. It's bullshit. And what they do, like let's say the price of gas, and when the price goes up for a good reason, they don't bring it back down when those reasons change. You know what I'm saying? And so the price just stays where it was at when it got driven up for a real reason. And then so after that, they just, because the people are aware that situations have changed, they just keep the price there and take in more profit.
Well, see, this is why I have a problem, because they said in the beginning that we're looking at a 7% average every year. Okay, after the pandemic, maybe it's a little bit, maybe it could have been a little bit more. But if you have a price increase of freaking 200%, when we're talking about something that, was just basic inflation going up 7%, fuel, if it had, say, at that 7%, instead of it changing from $2.79 and end up being $3, but now we're looking at in some places almost $5. Like that's robbery. Like that's clear cut. Like, look, we're all, because for me, maybe I'm you know, the theorist, conspiracy theorist, but I mean, I really feel like this is a plan to really, you know, the whole reset thing. Like they're really trying to crash like their purpose was to crash the system, just like what they did in 09, 08, 09, when they were doing those bogus ass loans with the balloon payments and stuff, knowing people wouldn't be able to pay for it. Like all these things are purposely done to try to crash. Like they purposely are doing it.
Because they make
That's
money
where
off
I
of it.
have the issue, because I mean, typically, yes, that hidden tax of inflation happens, and there's really nothing that we as consumers or citizens can really do about it, other than go in and shit. Well, I'm not gonna fucking burn the damn place down, but that doesn't really do us any good as far as continuing to be able to grow. But this is like them robbing us. Like I'm digging in my own pockets to rob myself to them for them. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
know. I ain't gonna lie. I've been feeling it lately at the pump. I don't know. And they be talking about the grocery store and the prices in the grocery store. I felt like those prices had already kind of went up already, so I already kind of adjusted to them. But the gas, I kind of feel it, like, cause when I go pay for gas, I be like, damn, it's I can feel the difference.
well, I know what I hear. I hear, because Walmart hadn't really been advertising their rollback stuff, but even when they did, I was like, well, shit, how far did you have to roll it up before you had to roll it back to be just, what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, that's so much bullshit. Everybody already knows if you worked in a department store, you mark up the prices and then you put it on sale.
Well, and see, and that's also an issue, because like if this follows my argument that I was having yesterday. Like they don't really give a damn about any of that, because if most people are charging a 3%, you know 300% markup, where, like, okay, can you not make, can it be that you don't make as much profit? You're making profit still, but instead of 300%, can you do 150? You know what I'm saying? Can you mark up just at 150% right now, because everybody's at a loss? So, you take a little bit loss and everybody else take a little bit of a loss, and we can all kind of make it through. But I mean, they're not going to do that, because they're just fucking greedy, and they're only worried about themselves, the Waltons. They only give a shit about the Waltons, and maybe a few other friends, their shareholders or whatever, if they even really care about the shareholders. It's more about them. But
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
I
My
digress.
screen did something weird. Y'all can hear me, right? Can y'all still
Yeah,
see me?
yeah, still hear you, still see you.
Yeah,
Still
my
hear you,
screen.
still see you, bro.
Your
All right.
the green screen's gone back to is gone.
Oh, okay. I knew something had happened. Anyways, I'm gonna play this video if I can, if they let me. Damn it.
They want you to expose your true you. They don't want you to use a green
Hey,
screen, Chaka.
hey, say, bro, I'm just gonna say this, like, say, bro, everybody needs to have something growing in their damn
Nothing
window.
anyone can do
Somebody need,
situation
like,
to make record.
y'all need to have something. Y'all need to be growing something. If you got a patch of fucking
Hello there, you
grass
five.
somewhere, y'all need to do it. Have to
Dude,
do it.
I killed 2 aloe veras.
What did Doc say?
I didn't catch that either.
I said I've killed 2 aloe veras.
He killed 2 aloe veras.
Yeah, it happens. You just got to keep trying. Keep trying. That's terrible though. Aloe veras don't take no work at all. Like
I mean,
that's like
did you get any
he's
of
probably joking.
Did you get any of the blood out of the plant before destroying them?
I'm gonna reboot, y'all. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I did get some use out of them, but truthfully, it was something about the soil was bad, and I just don't know stuff about things like that.
That's that's what a lot of people have to worry about. Because I believe a lot of people have somewhat of a green thumb. There's enough YouTube videos out there to learn about it. But it's just that where your home is or where your subdivision is, do you have the reports of what they did on the soil sample? What was there before they actually, because let's say there was some pipeline that they had running through there that ruptured and that was allowing a certain amount of gas or chemical or whatever to just pretty much infiltrate the land and destroy the land. Do you have that soil sample where you buy your house at, on this 1 acre plot or this half an acre plot in this subdivision? Can your land withstand to grow crops? You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of that around the Texas area alone to begin with. Texas, I would say Texas and Louisiana.
You can buy dirt, bro. It's at Home Depot.
Exactly. You can get pots, like you can start getting like the damn Cool Whip bowl and put some dirt in it and start growing something. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah. There's so many different ways too. You can
Right,
grow
but the
things.
thing is, after time, that soil gets the nutrients leached out, and if you don't realize that or know that, you can kill an aloe vera. Not because you're bad, but because the dirt just couldn't support it anymore.
That's messed up.
I know the mistakes I made. I still it's funny that I killed an aloe vera because
damn, that is funny, bro. Because it's hard. It's hard to kill an aloe vera, bro.
I'm a life guy.
Yeah, or cactus, or those.
It's hard to kill them. They real rugged. So yeah, I guess it runs. You used up all the nutrients. Well, you're supposed to. You can't. The dirt in the natural environment, it has cycles out there to replenish the nutrients. So when you're in the house, and there's different ways to deal with that. You could put in fresh dirt, or you could put in vitamins into the dirt. They have different kinds of. All different kinds of products like that. So, but I would recommend you change out the dirt and give it fresh soil.
Now.
Yeah. Let me play. Let's get back to inflation.
5.3 or maybe 5.4 by now million awakening wonders here together through communication and connection. We create the opportunities denied to us by the mainstream and the institutions of power that tell us that simply by having these conversations, we're nut jobs, wackos, crackpots, and conspiracy theorists. These start to become badges of honor. I see you say in the comments below. I read your comments, don't you? I want to stay as connected to you as possible. That's why we're doing a story today about these price hikes, looking to see if anyone's benefiting from them. Before I get into that, I want to tell you to sign up to my mailing list so we can stay directly connected.
He's going to have you laughing at Biden.
I'll let you know about some
I don't know how much of this I'm going to play, but
events that I'm up to.
Y'all probably going to enjoy his
you'll be very excited about. We can stay connected about a whole number of things.
But he's talking about inflation.
There's a link in the description for that.
And
so
the
come and see me live if you fancy it. Now let's get into this price hike narrative, shall we, guys? US inflation surged again last month to a new 40-year high of 7.9%, propelled by surging costs for gas, food, and housing. Even before Russia's invasion, inflation was not only rising sharply, but also broadening into additional sectors of the economy. This reminds me a little bit of the crisis in hospitals pre-pandemic, where staffing shortages driven by the pursuit of profit were ultimately blamed on the pandemic. The pandemic is causing all these problems, when really there are economic and institutional problems that the crisis can be used to mask. That the crisis can be an an opportunity. Again, this is not unique to the war in Ukraine or the pandemic. This is an ideology that's been written about by some pretty credible academics, and you can look it up yourself. Naomi Klein shock doctrine being one example. The cost of putting food on the table is the highest it's been in 40 years. An additional charge just for putting it on the table, you capitalist pigs. The biggest food price hikes are in meats, with pork and beef up 14% to 20% compared with a year ago. But many of the most profitable US corporations are raising prices under the pretext of inflation to boost profits and shareholder returns at the expense of consumers, an analysis revealed. I suppose that wouldn't surprise you, would it? That, in a sense, corporations are looking for opportunities to profit. And if there is an additional opportunity, even presented in the form of a crisis, why would they not take it? That's their modality. In a sense, this is not about personal mendacity. It's about an institutionalized mentality. The machine has already been programmed. People talk a lot in the kind of industry I work in about the algorithm, like that there's an underlying force that determines the way of things, functioning to all intents as a kind of digital deity. Well, the economy is a comparable entity. Once you set the program to pursue profits and you remove any human intervention, possibility of regulation or uprising, then there's a certain inevitability to this type of thinking, these type of patterns, this type of profiteering. 30 leading companies in major categories of the US Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index, including food, energy, commodities, healthcare, and shelter, have hiked prices while collectively increasing their profits by $151 billion. That figure is, according to analysis by the watchdog group Accountable US. Now,
I don't know where they would have got that number from.
Profits, that means that the price hike is not to redress a problem. We've got to hike the prices. Bloody Putin. He's evil. What'll he do next? Oh no, he's hiked the price of my business. Putin! How can I stay mad at you, Putin? I'm rich, I tells you. Increasing their profits by $151 billion in a time of crisis. Where have I heard that before? Did anything happen during that pandemic? Just check for me. There wasn't a massive wealth transfer, was there, during the pandemic? I don't know. I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist, so I'm always on the lookout for a conspiracy. Did, during the pandemic, some wealth get transferred in the general direction of already wealthy interests? For example, were new billionaires minted? Just check for me. Just make sure it's not a conspiracy. Otherwise, people might start thinking that crises are used to create profit. And then, is it such a big leap to say that crises are created to create profit? I mean, I don't know. I mean, across nearly every single industry that is measured for price changes, we're seeing...
Because he slid that in there real slickly. He said crisis was created to create damn it. Let me play it back.
He believes exactly what I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, is it
profits are made on the basis of conflict and crisis. So is it not reasonable to believe that conflict can be created to create profit?
Right. That's what I wanted. Yeah, right. Thanks, Doc. Yeah, so
we all know that.
Right.
I mean, that's what we talk about. That's
all
what a
the
lot
time.
of it is here. It's about creation of profit or exploitation of labor, which is a kind of profit or currency in its own.
That makes sense. So like he's saying in the economic basis of it, like that's the structure of the way our capitalist system works, profit. So even he said even the labor, because I was watching a video about that and that's really deep. He said the guy said soon as you agree on your salary or how much you're getting paid, you're fucked. And it's like because they have to just, you know, how much productivity they're going to get out of you versus how much they're paying you. You know what I'm saying? So they need, that's their you know, look, that's how they're coming at this. It's a business. So if you cost more than what, you know, like they need you to produce like, what is it? Maybe 10 times or 100 times whatever amount they're paying you, you know what I'm saying, per month or per year or whatever, for it to be
4 times. Everything after that is profit. 4 times the amount that you pay your employee, and then they start paying commissions. That's the sales base. So using that was about the base of which is a good thing. you have to have 4 times your. They have to make 4 times the revenue that you pay them to cover your operating expenses and to build your profit margin, which is normally about 45%.
That's the
And none of the
300%
corporations base
increase.
anything.
Go ahead,
And none
Deuce.
of the no, I was just saying, and none of the corporations base anything off of the months that have 5 weeks in it. None of the corporations base your salary off of that 4.333 algorithm. None of them do. They base so the months that have 5 weeks in it, they're basing your salary off of off of a 3 week scale, which most corporations hold a week in the hole for your pay. So you're getting fucking screwed, dude. You're getting screwed all the way across the board, and then you're paying taxes on money that you never even got paid for. They held a week in the hole, and you're paying taxes on that. That's included in your W-2 form that they send you, and you don't even fucking get any money off of that. You don't even, you never got paid for that. You never saw that check.
Well, see, but the thing
That's $2,000 that they're
until
taxing
you
you
quit,
on that you never got the pocket.
Yeah.
until you quit, maybe. But I mean, still in all, I mean, we're most corporations are basing on the 52-week system. You know what I'm saying?
They
So,
don't though,
but like, wait.
Honestly, they
Let me
don't,
tell you.
because they literally stop their physical year. Okay, they send you a W-2 at the end of January, early February. But most corporations stop their physical year. They don't stop their physical year in the months of November and December. Most corporations start their physical year in April, March, June, you know what I'm saying? Their physical year starts over. So think about all of the money that they're gaining off of you that you're paying taxes on. That's millions of fucking dollars.
And Deuce
you
is
have,
not Deuce is not off, bro. This is really deep. In real estate, they was teaching us about well, one of the things was compound interest. And like if you just do your regular math on your calculator, you're gonna get the wrong compound interest. Like you got to use the little scientific calculator part to do it properly. And they were showing us that shit, and because like they was trying to, like, if you do the math yourself, you're gonna come up with the wrong number, and that's related to what Deuce is talking about. And damn it, I'm fucking losing it. But it's like that with your mortgage payments, or related to when you buying or selling a house. You know what I'm saying? That's those calendar dates.
It's based on the period of increment of your mortgage, which is sometimes 2 weeks or whatever. Which means if you've got a 4%, every 2 weeks they add 2%, 2 and 2. So it's adding. That's how they hide it.
Yeah, and you have these people like me, and Pat's a parent, Chaka's a parent. Doc, I'm sorry, I don't know if you're a parent, or not. I don't want to exclude you out of this conversation, but it bothers the. Okay. But it bothers the fuck out of me when I'm sitting at my son's baseball game and I have these fucking new home buyers that come to me and like, oh my God, I got a 2.3% interest rate. And it's like, no, dumb bitch, you're actually paying 4.59% on that fucking house, you dumbass. So don't make me feel like I'm less than because I live in an apartment and you just got a great interest rate. You really got, fuck you, dumb bitch, you and your husband. Like, and I want to say that, but I can't because my son plays baseball. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta shut up and bite my tongue. But it's like you really didn't get you really didn't get a great deal. So it's like, and then my wife feeds into this shit. Oh, well, you gotta bring your credit up. And it's like, okay, shut the fuck. I want to tell her, shut the fuck up. Like you don't like you letting this whatever uneducate you really to what I'm trying to educate you on. But okay, their word stands more firm than me, but they got a 2%. No, you didn't get a 2%. They're adding that extra 2% toward either the end, the middle, or every fucking quarter, and you don't realize it. So every time you don't pay extra towards the equity of that home, you're losing money. So at the end of the year, you didn't receive an equity check. It went towards the mortgage and it didn't go towards the principal side. It went towards the interest side.
Right.
So that means, you dumbass, you need to make at least 1 to 2 actual principal payments towards your house in order to receive a positive equity check at the end of the year.
Right.
So you didn't get a fucking good interest rate. You got fucked, but they made it look good to you.
And that's how they do it. And what really makes me angry is how so much money when they in that real estate class, when they explain that compound interest thing to me, and I think if people really understood that better, because not only that, you can make money just by understanding this, but not only that, you can realize where they're fucking you in different certain circumstances. Looking at the calendar year and looking at those number of weeks and that fucking interest shit. So like, damn it, making money, you can make money off of that interest, but maybe your bank or somebody, they might be tucking a couple of weeks away because of the structure of whatever deal you have. That make any sense what I'm saying? Basically, I'm trying to say is they use this to hide money and basically steal money. Usually it's from you because it should have been like Deuce was saying about your equity. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the year, that should have been yours, but it wasn't. It went to your fucking interest rate, which went to what? The fucking bank, the fucking, which went to the fucking investment, BlackRock, income flow.
Yeah, well,
That's why you don't go with that 45-day. When you're sitting in there and closing and they go, Mr. Ogun or Mr. Pat, however you don't have to worry about a payment for 45 days. No, you present them bitches with a check, you present them with your first month and a second month. Because when you don't, just you not making a $1,400 or $1,500 payment goes to the end of the mortgage. You know how much compounding interest they make off of that shit? Just off of you not making one payment for 45. They got 45 days to continually add 2%, 2%, 2%. That fucks you in the long run so bad, dude. The average mortgage company makes upwards of $50,000 to $100,000 off of the average American just by you not making a 45-day
and same thing with the
mortgage payment during closing.
Yeah, first
It
and last.
you so bad.
I think that's what it's called, though. First and last payment. I think that's how it goes. But it's the same way with the cars because not everybody is buying houses, but a lot of people buy cars, and it's the same thing with that. You know what I mean? It's very similar.
It's crazy.
Let me play a little bit more of the Russell Brand.
Across nearly every single industry that is measured for price changes, we're seeing highly profitable corporations demand more money for consumer staples that families depend on without a good reason why, said accountable US President Kyle Herrick in a statement. Are you a family? Yes, we're a family. Are there some staples that you depend on? Yeah, like food and shelter. We're going to need more money for those. Oh, is there a reason why? No. Well, not a good one. We just want the money. These companies would have consumers believe they marked up...
His little, that's so funny.
I love him, bro. Like, he is so fucking hilarious.
Like,
this shit... Hey, Pat, let me just say this to you.
And it'll sneak by you. Like, if you're not really paying attention, it'll sneak by you because he talks so fast.
Yeah, he talks really fast.
What
and
you
with
say,
a little
Goose?
accent.
What I wanted to say to Pat, okay, we're all in here and we're having this argument and this discussion. But this motherfucker Pat is sitting in the background being hush hush because he's getting the best of both worlds. Yes, he's paying a fuel tax to run his truck. But this motherfucker, I'm not gonna say nigga,
He gets
but
to charge
this
it back,
motherfucker,
right?
is
Yeah.
living the best life ever. This nigga is paying a tax, but he's getting money back. He's living good. He's making like
I'm
I'm
getting
not
money
trying to
back from
expose
where?
my brother
Where,
because I love this nigga.
where
I
am I
love
getting
this
money?
nigga dearly, and I've
Talk
never
about
I've
the
never
charge.
laid eyes on I've never laid eyes on his face, but he's living the best fucking life. Look,
I
dude,
know he
like
paid.
he would be doing even better if he did like, and I mean no disrespect when I say this, Pat, because I'm a father first, I'm a man first, I'm a father. But he would be living even better if he did not have a son and a fucking ex-wife, because this nigga could set up at an RV park and fucking live the life, bro. Like all of this shit that Russell Brand is talking about, dude, you can get away with that shit. Go buy you a fucking diesel powered RV with auto leveling if you've never been camping before. Make sure that bitch has a button that you press to auto level and park that bitch for $400 a month at an RV park minus your $600 payment. Still, you're coming out cheaper than most people in mortgages that are paying on a $250,000 house.
I think the
Bro,
American dream is
my
bullshit.
brother Pat is living the life. And Pat, I'm not trying to call you out, and I mean no disrespect. I love you first, brother. But the way that your shit is structured, you could fucking get over all of this inflation bullshit. Yeah, it may fuck you in the beginning because you're paying for your fuel up front, but in the end, you fucking win. The
Well,
Department
no,
of Energy is no joke, and they will fuck Biden over if they fuck anybody on that scale on that scale.
well, no, but I don't
Correct
get
me
any.
if I'm wrong.
I don't get any money back though.
You don't get the you don't get to
No,
write all
because
that off your taxes.
you pay it forward. You do like you run your business like most major corporations. This is why people don't understand why most Fortune 500 companies are tax exempt in America. You know why? Because they take their projected revenue for that year and they divide it by however many weeks are in that year, and they pay their taxes up front. So they'll take $3.4 billion for that year projected revenue, and they'll divide that shit by however many weeks are in the year or however many weeks are in their physical calendar year as a corporation, and they'll pay their taxes up front. That's how they gain tax exempt. That's how they gain it, because they pay it up front.
Yeah, but
So they'll
I don't
pay that
pay.
tax up front, and then they don't pay their money. They don't pay taxes on things that they buy because they have already paid their taxes up front.
Also,
Well,
it
yeah. Well,
removes
I
it
mean,
from income.
whatever expenses I have, they're my expenses. Like I don't get any special. Like you say, oh well, you spent more on this, and your salary. You end up paying. This blah blah blah. Like if I end up having to spend, you know, $50,000 on repairs and stuff throughout the year. Like they're not gonna give me any breaks. I, spent like shit $65,000 in fuel last year. That I don't get anything back because of that, because of my status, my indigenous status. I don't get any money back at the end of the year or at the beginning of the year when other people are. So, I mean, I still think I have a good deal because I mean I'm not paying, still like every quarter I have to report. My only thing is I just have to report what my earnings and things are, but there is no refunds.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Listening to Russell Brand makes me feel, and I'm gonna say this shit publicly on air. This shit makes me feel like a weak ass man. The reason I say this, if I can convince my wife and my children to go into a fucking three axle RV that the walls slide out and make it about 30-foot capacity and buy a diesel dually truck, do you realize how much money that we would be yes, we would pay the inflation up front to buy the RV and the truck, but in the long run, how much money I would be fucking saving as
Yeah, I think the
opposed to
American
paying
dream.
rent or paying a mortgage.
They got
Dude,
us.
I would be saving so
Hey,
any man or woman would be saving so much money.
The
You
well,
American
know
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
dream.
tell
saying?
I'm gonna tell you, you know, I'm working on some shit. So next year, I mean, because if you think I'm living good now, because I mean I'm okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm just okay. I mean I'm not, you know, for some people, yeah, I'm balling, but I mean I'm still a peon to a lot of businesses. You know what I'm saying? But next year, oh my goodness. Oh
That's like
my
I think about
goodness.
Doc, who was talking about he had to move his situation in like a 24-hour period, and we were giving him advice of different things, and I so badly wanted to tell him like just go fucking rent an RV, but I didn't say that because that would have been in a situation where that would have come off insensitive. But
But
oh my fucking god,
but
We're
bro,
bro, but say
brainwashed.
people that
but
make
no.
over
But look,
We're
I'm gonna tell
brainwashed.
go ahead.
y'all for y'all actually could be, cause see y'all could be in a better
Like
situation
three
than me,
cats. That's
or
not
if
rental
you
RV
said,
material.
bro,
Wait,
y'all operate through with LLC as like all your personal business through an LLC, bro. Like y'all
yeah.
really need to look into that, man. I'm telling you, where you
Everybody is
purchase
saying that. I think you're right.
or lease, man. Say,
What
bro,
did
y'all will be
What did you say?
killing it.
Not
Doc, wait,
I
wait.
think he's right. You have to know. Go ahead, Doc. I'm sorry. I didn't
Yeah,
mean to
Doc.
interrupt
What'd you
y'all.
say? Because we couldn't hear you. What'd you say a minute ago?
Oh, I was just saying we got three full-size adults, a dog, and three cats. That's not rental RV material, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Might be a problem.
Well, well, shit. I would move. Hey, out of them three adults, if one of them is your girlfriend, just rent her ass a RV
Well, I've
next to you,
actually
Doc.
I discussed the RV and even thought about buying one.
Yeah.
Like, bro,
You can
it's
pick up
so
a used one that's really nice for about 60 to 70 right now.
I have a friend right now. I have a friend right now that's a truck driver. This dude works for Tyson, the company that Russell Brand mentioned. He works for Tyson as a truck driver. He lives in Justin, Texas. He bought his house for $34,000, did some work to it, just had it appraised. His house appraised for $290,000. He has just put his house on the market. He's down in my area where I live at in League City. He's over in Kema looking to buy a sailboat to live on the rest of his life. He and his wife, kids are grown. He's going to live off of a sailboat.
Yeah. Why
him
not?
spending him spending him spending $100,000 for a sailboat and putting maybe another 50 into it. Like he can retire comfortably. His $4.5 million that he has in retirement right now will last him the rest of him and his wife natural life and be able to give the rest to his grandkids. Like, dude, just the tax savings alone, you yes, you do face inflation because he's still a human being. He
I
still
become
has
a
to eat.
pirate. I'd become a pirate if I was
Start
him.
Start stealing
That
lemons.
that is but that is what he's doing. Like he's not a pirate, he's becoming a captain. So off of that sailboat, he's taking a captain's class in order to make his boat what they consider a dive boat. So there's an organization, I forget the name of it, but there's an organization that he signed up for that's paying for him to go to school to utilize his sailboat in the Gulf, the Atlantic, and the Pacific, and the Red Sea for diving, for diving
Old
stuff or
rig.
whatever they call it. Yeah, like he's gonna like no for recreational
Yeah.
diving.
People doing it like
Oh, just
scuba
People
diving.
diving,
recreation. Okay.
scuba dive.
Yeah.
Yes, and he's using that boat to do that. That's gonna bring him about a $60,000 income, even though it's
More
his
than that.
boat.
No, it's more than that.
Yeah.
Well,
He,
it's more than that, but he said that after he takes, because he's taking their insurance, he's taking their
I,
insurance for medical, he's taking their insurance for his boat and
So
look,
he's
and
gonna pay for
liability
because
everything.
insurance.
I'm gonna tell you right now, like people who making 60,000 a year is really like with the way the inflation is, that's minimum wage money.
But it don't matter. He already rich because his money is good. This is
It
just
does matter. It does matter. If you're still living, you need to still be making money.
no. He chilling. He chilling. He living the life, bro. Like not everybody. If he already got 4 million in the bank, he not spending no mortgage. He not spending like that 60K a year of his living expenses. You know what I'm saying? And he probably won't even
All
have
right,
to
yeah,
really spend his money. It's just gonna be sitting there. He
bro.
good.
Do you know? Say, bro, money is just like water, bro. That faucet don't like. There's always gonna you gonna find a leak at any point with that fucking.
Unfortunately, the 60 let me say this. Unfortunately, like he explained to me after I got off the podcast with you guys yesterday at about 2:30, the 60,000 that he's making, it's gonna cover the boat expense. It's gonna cover the cost of the boat, right? It's gonna pay the boat off.
Mhm.
But he has to do private party, which he had. That's why he's getting his captain's license outside of this organization to do private dive sessions, because things on that, because when you're out at sea on that sailboat, on that 45-foot sailboat, you have a system that's called a water maker. So it sucks water in from the ocean and it purifies the water in order for you to drink it, to consume it, to take a shower in, to cook food in. That thing alone, if it was to ever break or he needs service on it, you're looking at $200 an hour for you to dock somewhere and have somebody come on board your boat. So what Pat is saying is essentially correct. You have to make more money than that 60 grand. But what I'm looking at is that yes, he has this money in say that's gonna bring him an annual income of whatever 100,000, 200,000, whatever. But like the thing that he explained it to me and showed me on a FaceTime message, the taxes that he's gonna be saving, because this guy is 50 years old. He's not at retirement age. So the taxes that he's gonna save by doing this shit, by going through this organization, it's just like, bro, it's so crazy, man. And he broke it down to me. And that's why I'm able to talk to y'all about this tonight, because it's like I can go get me a 3-axle toy hauler, you know what I'm saying, and a dually truck. Yes, I would have to spend the $200,000 up front, but the money that I would make back in the long run, if you can convince your wife and your kids to stay in this shit, like, bro, it's just the numbers are just astronomical. Like they're through the roof. The money that you can save, and it's like this whole idea of, and don't get me wrong, I bought into it, bro, because I still, at the end of the day, I still desire to have a decent home. I still desire to have a nice home on a piece of property. But with the shit that's going on in our country today, you want to be able to, like he explained to me, like you want to be able to move somewhere else. You know
I
what I'm saying? Like,
Hey, bro, I'm gonna tell you because I still have my dream of being the tennis shoe cowboy. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna be the cowboy that wear damn tennis shoes, but I'm gonna have me a ranch with
I want to go to
bro.
Belize or Guatemala,
that's
Honduras.
the way you get out of the taxes. What Pat has mentioned, a ranch. You can get out of the taxes that way, but
Well, I'm
you
out of
run
the
the risk
taxes
of being
anyway.
ran by a major corporation. Well, yeah, you are. But what I'm saying, for like normal people that decide to buy a big piece of property and say, I'm going to utilize this land as a ranch, they run the risk of still being ran by most corporations, because people think ranches are cheap. That's why the old farmers back in the day, they worked together as a community, because it's not cheap. You know what I'm saying? You think about having a combine today, not even a combine, just a normal tractor with a hay baler. To have a hay baler behind you, which you need a hay bale if you run a ranch with cattle. You need a hay bale. A hay bale and a tractor today will cost you about close to $300,000 for a decent one.
My
You know what
daddy
I'm
just
saying? And
my
that's
daddy
going on
just
the
bought
cheaper end.
a tractor that was like 125, and I think it was partially used. It was fairly new, but it's still partially used. So that's just the tractor. You know, he already has like the what you think the what you call it
Baler, hay baler, or
no no
whatever
no
they
no
call
no
it.
no 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 he don't do the baler, but the you know it essentially is like the lawnmower part, what they call it, like the
It teeds the soil. It turns over the soil. You
no
drive
no
over it.
no
Not that one.
no I forget the term that they use, but it's like it's just like the thing where like you just cutting down the mowing, like you can mow with it, but they just
Oh, the
call
bush hog, brush
bush
hog,
ho-
brush
bush
hog,
hog.
or whatever.
Yeah, the bush hog. So you know, like he has that, and he does have a disc, like the thing that does the dissing, the disc thing as well. But shit, just the tractor itself, yeah, you're gonna spend, you know, and his wasn't like the big one. Like he still like he wanted the one with the AC in it, but you know, he
It
still
didn't work
just
out.
kind of, well, I mean, he could have, I mean, he could have, but he's 75. You know, he ain't really, you know, he just like whatever. You know what I'm saying? Y'all deal with this shit when I'm gone, but I'ma just did this one now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's crazy, bro, because farmers are taking a major hit. To go out and buy a case or a
But
John Deere now, you can't even like they can't even work on them, bro. Like they have these systems set up, right? They have these
but
satellite systems, or what you would call AIS, which that's what most boats and planes have. It's a system that communicates with like traffic control or emergency response or this or that. So like if you get a check engine light on one of your newer John Deere tractors, you know what I'm saying? You can't just have the farmer from down the street that has, the program for his tractors to hook up to it and check what's going on. Literally, he
you
can't even
gotta
hook
call
to it. He can't
somebody.
even break the barrier. You got to
You gotta
call
put it
John
on.
Deere
You gotta
technician.
put it either put it on the trailer and take it in, or you gotta have somebody come out, and you don't want that. You definitely don't want that.
A lot of new cars are like that, where
Well,
you only can. They got special parts. They got special.
bro,
Let's
that's why I won't. That's why I will not get rid of my Volvo. Like I'm gonna have that motherfucker for ages.
to
Cause
the wheels fall off. Let's move on. Topics. I want to get to this because we already almost at 2 hours, and this is what we're supposed to be talking about. But let me play some of this.
Not new, however. Concern about it has existed before it was even established, as movement between Mexico and the United States has always presented opportunities, but not always in the ways you might think. To see why, join me for this brief look at the history of the US-Mexico border. The original boundary between the two countries was first established in 1819 under the Adams-Onis Treaty between Spain and the United States, what would later become the Texas-Louisiana and Oklahoma borders. Mexico inherited it when it became independent in 1821, along with concerns about American expansionism. Mexico's strategy to defuse the problem was to offer potential American migrants land and Mexican citizenship, which they took up gladly. This backfired, however, largely because the newcomers refused to abide by one of the most important Mexican laws, the abolition of slavery. As Mexico was too far to take seriously the complaints of the newcomers or to impose its will, the conflict grew.
Let me pause right there. The Texas history of Texas is what we're going to go into after this. And that was the thing, right? Mexico was like, they had outlawed slavery. We don't do slavery here in Mexico. And you understand that Mexico came up through Texas and all through California, like we was talking about. So when those territories was no slavery. So you have to think about expansion west, the United States expansion west, and then the fight of the slave states and the free states and all of that, and then how Texas, the way Texas came into being was all weird, and
Annexing.
but slavery was a big part of that, because that's what it was. That's what caused the tension, because they were supposed to speak Spanish and accept certain cultures or whatever, realize you're in Mexico and all of this, but they wasn't doing that. And then they was bringing their slaves too, and the Mexican authorities was like, we're not feeling that, but they couldn't really stop them because they didn't have people out there.
Is this like during Santa Ana?
Yeah. Let me play some of this.
Paving the way for independent Republic of Texas in 1836. Beset by problems, however, it barely lasted a decade and was quickly annexed to the United States. That might have been the end of it, except that there was one other problem: a border dispute between Texas and Mexico, which then became a row between Mexico and the United States. The root of that conflict was that Texas claimed a much larger territory than it had had as a Mexican province. So while Texas saw its border as ending at the Rio Grande, the Mexican government considered the boundary to be the Nueces River and sent troops there to secure it, as did the U.S. This eventually led to a skirmish where American soldiers were killed, which in turn led to the U.S.-Mexico War. The fighting was a complete disaster for Mexico. An American invasion occupied their capital city and forced them to give up half their territory, as stipulated in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848. It could have been even worse. There were several efforts to gain even more land. One wanted all of Mexico annexed, and another wanted the border to be hundreds of miles further south, gaining another third of present-day Mexico.
Damn.
In the end, that did not happen, mostly because in addition to northern opposition, who saw its territory...
Bro. That's all of California. Nigga,
Well,
that's
not
pretty much
all.
that's not even the 11 Western, but that's majority of California. Okay, excluding maybe part of the top half that borders California, Nevada, and
Look,
maybe
pretty much from the
Colorado,
Bay.
Utah.
Pretty much from the Bay area of California, across and down, all the way over to Arkansas, and down the side of Louisiana, maybe even a few parts of Louisiana, was Mexico.
And y'all see that red dotted line? This is the area where they said he said it could have been worse because there was people pushing for it to come all the way down here. Because after they lost that war, that's how they lost all this territory.
But bro, like, look at this map. Like, fuck all that. Like, not even trying to discredit what you're saying, Chaka. And I probably just fuck all of that shit. Look at this gray area. That was the only part of Texas, bro. That small little area. And okay, the gray area here on this map is not really duplicate, but the part that had the red striped lines going through it, that was the only part of Texas. And just looking at what they conquered, like, they went beyond their treaties. They went beyond the imaginary line. They went beyond just all of those things, bro.
But what I'll say about that is, war, all of the borders are a result of wars, pretty much.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know, and maybe this is just me, I would be crucified under the microscope of most Americans, but I feel like we shouldn't have borders. I feel like what God or whoever the higher power intended was intended, and that was to change the dialect. That was to change the language, but it left room for us to learn and to understand each other.
But
If you're willing to learn and understand the language and the dialect from these parts of the country or this part of the world,
exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
And also the power of a region, because I always be saying borders cross people, really. And like, this is what I say, all these people are the same people, regionally. And the border just caused these people up here to say, I'm United States citizens, and these people say they're Mexico, but really these the same people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Literally the same people, culturally and everything. Like,
What say you, Pat? What say you,
Well,
Pat? Like, cause I want to hear
well,
that because I
well,
feel like we're all the
I
same.
agree. I agree with you guys. Everything that y'all just said, but I still would have to, inject the thought that the borders is what stopped a lot of the wars. They warred over property, land, whatever. Okay, now that there was an agreement that okay, I can do more with this land, I can do this, I can do that, whatever. Somebody took the shorter end of the stick, but I mean, when was the last? I mean, there was wars all the time right here in one soil. I mean, right now because there's no real unity in Africa, there's wars all the time over there. They have borders, but they're still fighting
Yeah.
over those those same kind of things with people that look alike. I mean, we go back to that whole uh
Rwanda. Yeah.
Rwanda. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking of the
But did it
damn.
really help?
Well, well,
But
see,
did it really help
well,
us though, brother? Like that's what I'm trying
did,
to understand. Cause
well,
like
I,
listening to y'all and educating myself on this, it make it seems that even though we had borders in place to try to stop wars and implement treaties, it never really subsided because the wars still exist. People are
right.
still dying. There's still famine
well,
that
And
still exists.
the borders
You
keep
know, they're
changing.
still
Guess what?
attacking
Ukraine's
Muslims. They're
borders
still
are about
attacking.
they
They're
about to
still
change.
attacking other cultures. You know, of people, and I feel like that. You know, like that was only like a temporary fix. You know what I'm
well,
saying?
and
It
and it
never
and it
really.
is. I will have to agree. It is a temporary fix, but I mean, at some point, I mean, when you know, for a period of time, there's a bunch of death and destruction that didn't happen based on territory. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay, I got you.
to some extent, I mean, we have to draw the line because we know that their greed never stops. So I mean, that's one of the things is like, because I'm always like trying to figure out, okay, so what can we do to make a difference? To make that change where I mean, even whether we have the borderlines or not, I mean we can still be able to create some kind of interaction with people that's either crossing, whether like with it making deals with immigrants, whatever. Because I think the U.S. started seeing some decent growth when they decided to send, especially with the automobile work, they were able to see some good growth dealing with Canada and Mexico instead of sending all the stuff, or getting all their stuff from China or Japan or from different parts of Asia. So it's like, okay, I think we work better together if we really put our heads together. But like I said, I mean, during that period of time, it's kind of hard for me to place myself there, but you know, somehow that separation made, you know, gave some sort of peace for a while. Like I said, I mean, you just never know. I mean, who knows? The U.S. might say the hell with it and say, look, you know what? Canada and Mexico is the United States now. I mean,
I
is
got
that
you.
is that not possible?
I
I
feel
mean,
like that's something possible. I mean, because the Canadians they live according to our culture, our structure. The Hispanics they live, Mexicans, you know, their government, you know, they base everything off of a capitalistic type of society and a classism society. I mean, because I mean, you look at it,
mhm.
that's why people are fleeing their country. So you know, and then you got Canada that the Canadians are still fighting against the Native Americans. They consider
Yeah,
the Native Americans to be their biggest freaking enemy and the cause of all of their crime and everything else in their country. So
yeah,
I
because
wouldn't
I mean, because
I
they're
wouldn't
still
disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean that's because those people are still saying, "Hey, look, y'all are still trying to intrude on our sacred lands and this, that, and the other," which they don't care about none of that. Like these. I mean, you think about Canadians; these are still like this is French people for the most part. These are still European forces that are that's running Canada. So I mean that's one thing you got to look at it. France is like they don't really do the whole slavery thing in France, but they do in other parts of the world under their rule. So and you got to think of what slavery really is. I mean, what I'm saying, if you're oppressing somebody through laws or by force, it's still slavery in my eyes. But
People don't realize anymore. Slavery is no longer about color, man, and no long. And I'm going to tell you, man, not all chains have iron. The people don't see that.
I agree with that, Doc.
say that
100%.
again. We said
He said
honor.
he said not all
Not all
chains have.
chains are made of iron.
Yeah, we got other ways. They got other ways to bind us, and sometimes today we bind ourselves. We love our
We
mortgage. We was just
we're
talking about.
selling. No, we some of the biggest hoes out there.
We sell ourselves to them because we love that Lexus. You know what I'm saying?
No, we've been taught to bind ourselves. We were taught that
Well,
way. We weren't taught real finances in school. We were taught how to go into debt in school.
Yeah.
well, see, and that's the thing, because honestly, like the whole corporate structure was, and them selling us, with these ideas that this is the way to do it, or this whole American way, the house, the cars, the clothes, all these, and look, I'm gonna tell you, actually, I got me a whole wardrobe from Walmart, and I was happy. But some people not the same way. You know what I'm saying? And I could go buy some different, some of this other shit and be broke like the rest of them. But you know, look, I was raised simple. A lot of these things, like I do like nice things. I'm not gonna say I don't, but I'm not the person that's gonna you know, sell myself the shorter deal just to appease, or
Look good
so
to everybody else.
so I can try to floss out in front of Chaka. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Just no.
Yeah. Show up with the brand new Lamborghini or something. Go ahead and
No, man.
go get you a
You
Ferrari.
know, I
Yeah,
just
nah,
first to my
I can't
comfort.
afford that. I mean, I probably got good enough credit to where I can have it for a few months, but because I could make the payments a couple of months, but no.
Yeah. So that's what it be. You paying that mortgage to impress your friends and family. You paying that damn car note to impress your friends and family. They done sold you on the American dream, and your ass is sold on debt because they taught you to be in debt and
That's
get another credit card.
yeah. Like, oh, you have issues with with this one credit card here. Look, well, come get this credit card. We'll take the debt from that one, and then you'll still have this amount left to where you can kind of, you know, do this and that. Like, bro, I say, bro, when I was young, like I got trapped. Well, not trapped, but I got some of those deals when I was younger because I thought, oh, wow, yeah, I could do that, but I'm really just selling myself into more of a higher debt limit. I've raised the ceiling on my debt capacity.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And
And
usually that's gonna be out of the range of what you can pay.
my salary is still the same. My pay is still in the same range. You know what I'm saying? I'm not getting paid anymore to be able to handle more debt, but I've raised the ability to, deepen myself in debt more. So it's just like really a dumb move. I might as well just take advantage of writing some of this debt off, like, just calling them, hey, look, you know what? I want to close off this this credit card or whatever. And how about,
But
instead of me paying you this $1,000, let me pay you 500.
but let me
And
argue the point. The United States is in trillions of debt. It's like they just print money out of the fucking Federal Reserve or whatever.
but
So
that's
what kind of example are they setting? As far as what I'm saying is, people can see that and be like, well, damn, you know what I'm saying? Fuck it. Like, what the fuck?
what.
Even if I'm not in debt, the damn country I live in is.
But look, let me ask you this: Do you now, if I make the statement that yes, the United States is in debt, but America is not, how do you look at that?
Uh, I look at that as, the United States is only a portion of America, and if you look at America as a whole, then it's definitely rich as fuck. You know what I'm saying? I think that it's lost on how the productivity related to North and South America. Um, they talk about Africa a lot, but South America especially still has fucking like it has the Amazon jungle, bro. Like,
Well,
like
I mean, we are really like what they consider the land of milk and honey.
yeah,
We actually are like America itself is very rich. The resources
yeah,
that come from America, the continent, the land is very
yeah.
rich, but but because under the control of the US and its fault, its way of, how it spends and
But
this and
that
that and the
that
other.
goes right into what we're talking about with the borders, because those people who they was came out of their womb above this line right here get to be called United States citizens, and they get to be treated differently from the people who were born right below this line. They came out of their womb down here, they get to be treated differently. The privileges of these people and the privileges of these people are totally different.
Oh yeah, he said the privilege.
But these are the same people. Yeah, because all they do is give us privileges, and I wish people would understand that, because you're a citizen. The citizen gives you what, rights and privileges. Okay, so that's what it is. What we
But
decide.
that's still a cushy way to deceive people, because okay, you call somebody a citizen, but you're a citizen of a corporate entity. A citizen of a corporate entity is a slave.
And you get these certain rights and privileges, because one of the things about the land and me learning about real estate is that people don't even own their house. Like, you think you own your house, but you don't, because the government can just come and take it. All the property goes back to the United States government.
I mean, except for those who really learn how to utilize the those systems in place. There are systems in place. So I mean, if every human being operated as a person, you know what I'm saying, because I mean we're all humans, but we operate in through business as whatever your name is. But you can, if you operate as a business, you will have, more doors open to you to, sneak by some of the bullshit. But I mean, regardless, it's a shit show at this point, because I mean, most people not, that I mean, because I mean, you would get a lot of things to change if you did that. You know what I'm saying? Some of these structures, because they can't just make a rule for one and it not be available for everybody else. It's just
That's
that
it.
it can be hidden. You know what I'm
That's it.
saying? Like,
And that's why I be wanting to learn about the law. And I think that everybody should learn more about the law, however they want to learn about it, because the way they function, the law is what they use. So, you know what I mean? And they have to they hold each other accountable for following these, set. It's like you playing a game, you play Monopoly. These are the rules. You go around every time you get $250. If you land on somebody else's property, you got to pay whatever. Like everybody agrees to these rules. Okay, these are the rules. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? That's that's how it works. So, but if you don't know those rules, and that's how they do you because they don't teach you them.
But at the same, like there's still this lady who's an accountant. I think she used to work for the IRS that it still has like will pay you $100,000 if you can prove to her that there's a law where you have to pay taxes.
Because there isn't any.
No, those are codes. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they trick people. You know what I'm saying? Read some of read some of this stuff you sign before you sign it.
That's what Deuce was saying in the other show. Let me play some of this.
Very fertile for the creation of slave states. There were also people who did not want to deal with the massive non-white population that would have become part of the United States, namely John C. Calhoun, a South Carolina senator who led the opposition. So the U.S. kept the sparsely populated northern half, and a few years later, in 1853, bought a smaller area, the Gadsden Purchase. This was mostly because the United States wanted to build a southern transcontinental railroad, and the Gadsden acquisition had flatter land conducive to it. The U.S. paid $10 million for it, only $5 million less than it had paid for the previous Mexican cession. So it ended up being a much better deal for the Mexican government. As part of the treaty, Mexican citizens were granted American citizenship, and in theory, the U.S. agreed to respect all of their rights. Still, this was not what happened in practice, especially because the 1849 gold rush in California encouraged the dispossession of property of Mexican Americans, whether those that found gold or had property that might. And of course,
a lot of those were disposed soldiers that had gave up fighting and was just looking for gold. Just a little tidbit.
Of course, because Mexicans were seen as inferior, and it was the Americans' duty to civilize the barbarian territories. Still, that process took decades. In the meantime, by 1853, the U.S.-Mexico border ended up within the geographical boundaries it has today. In those early decades, the border was divided into two very different sections. The western side, which began in the San Diego area and ended somewhere near El Paso, Texas, and the eastern side, which began there and followed along the Rio Grande all the way to Brownsville in the Gulf of Mexico. Given that there were no natural barriers on the western side, for the most part, the border remained an imaginary line well into the 20th century. The eastern side was different. The river provided a clear boundary which people began to use for their own purposes. On the one hand, there were enslaved people who managed to escape the nearby Texas and Louisiana plantations and found refuge in Mexico, which by the 1850s was staunchly abolitionist. On the other, there were different indigenous groups who used the international boundary strategically to raid farms or towns. Of course, neither Mexico, the United States, or the indigenous groups recognized each other, so the natives simply used the two countries' own rules against them, crossing the invisible line to hide from the other. Once the boundary became better demarcated on the western side, natives would use similar tactics, most famously by Geronimo, an Apache man who would become a symbol of indigenous resistance. These raids became a huge issue and paved the way for the first sustained levels of cooperation between Mexico and the United States. In fact, when Geronimo was captured one last time in 1886, it happened on the Mexican side of the border. Later, outlaws and smugglers would...
That's interesting history right there.
Well, you know, the part that I guess that would raise a brow for me is the fact that, you know, when you use the terms indigenous, like people who've been here, before, like there were totally different border lines. So you still live based on, you can live based on an ancient principle. You can, or even just from the point from where, what was there previous, because those laws really don't apply to you, but they somehow they try to make those things apply to you, and like I said, I mean, they caught them on the free side, but they still, captured him and killed him. They beheaded him.
And that all that history is really interesting to me. That's the area that I'll be studying on my own at home a lot, because this stuff doesn't come up in my academics. That's funny, because this is very related to like what we study, but I don't know why it doesn't come up. But I have to study this on my own. But like Red Cloud and all of them, like the history of them fighting against them for the longest time. You know what's crazy? They won the war, really. But they lost out of those treaties and shit that they signed.
Yeah, the wars, the actual wars, they they would win, except for, I mean, like Santa Anna got captured, so that was leverage for them to like to get their leader back. They're like, okay, they make some really outrageous deal, and who's to say, maybe they understood exactly what was happening on paper, or maybe they didn't, but like I said, as far as the indigenous, when you look at it on the indigenous side, when this is everything here was yours, and now somebody else come in and say, nah, look, from here to here, this is, and they want you to abide by some new law another man just made for you that didn't apply to you before they got here. You know what I'm
And it
saying?
don't make no sense to you. You're like, man, my people been here thousands of years, bro. What are you talking about? Get the fuck out of here. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, my current corporate LLC, Christopher Doc Paul LLC, Doc Weird LLC, World of Earth Productions, my Dungeons and Dragons game story script writing LLC, Bazaar of the Bazaar LLC. Damn, how much it costs to get them? He says, my merch and flea market store, and I will be making 2 more when I start working as a rideshare driver to rent my car from, and 1 when I buy my house to rent the house from. I ain't gonna lie, I don't understand all that stuff.
Well, you use one of those. I mean, I don't know. I guess the one that's making the least amount of money, so that you can pretty much offset pretty much everything that you have, and that will that'll take you a lot of places. I don't separate everything like quite that much. Maybe I should. I don't know, but however, yeah. I mean, yeah, but he's got. I mean, he's got a structure in place. Obviously, it's just if you're utilizing it the best way you can, that's one thing that might take some consulting. Because I'm still learning about a lot of it. But like I said, some of my concerns are not the same as yours.
Let me play some more of this.
Would do something similar, as they too tried to take advantage of the international boundary. The groups just mentioned notwithstanding, in the early decades, the border was not seen by either country as one meant to keep people out, but rather as a place that neighbors shared. There were no walls or much border control even in urban areas. That is why single towns developed that were artificially divided by an imaginary line that could easily be crossed. That was especially the case in the West, where no river existed, such as in Nogales or Calexico. This all began to change with the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, a law passed by the U.S. Congress that banned the immigration of all Chinese and Japanese people to the country. Problem was that at the exact same time the Chinese ban came into effect, Mexico was actively encouraging Chinese immigration because of labor shortages in the Mexican economy. That meant in practice that somewhere around 80% of Chinese immigrants that came to Mexico opted to then go north. This encouraged Americans to place controls on the U.S.-Mexico border, but the international boundary was so massive that the efforts were not particularly effective. It's estimated that somewhere around 17,000 Chinese managed to cross, although some did die trying to cross a desert, echoing the current crisis. This, of course, greatly frustrated those who supported the act and insisted a wall should be built to keep the Chinese out. Sound familiar? As the border began to harden, it still remained pretty open to Mexican nationals. This was the case more or less until 1910, when the Mexican Revolution began. At that point, the United States started to receive both refugees from the war and people who wanted to take advantage of the international boundary to further their political ambitions. Indeed, the success of the person who began the Mexican Revolution, Francisco Madero, was largely due to the fact that he began his revolution on the other side of the border and had access to American weapons. The first stage of the revolution essentially ended when the Maderistas beat the regime forces of Porfirio Diaz in May 1911 at the Battle of Ciudad Juarez, a skirmish that Americans gathered to watch from the safety of the American side of the border. The Mexican Revolution, however, had only begun, and the border became a key battleground, not just for future battles, but one where geopolitics took an increasing importance. Several Mexican revolutionary factions, for example, began attacking American positions and property, some with the insane idea of trying to goad the US to enter the war against the other side, and others for more mundane reasons like revenge. The most famous was Pancho Villa's March 9, 1916 raid on Columbus, New Mexico. On that day, Villa's forces burned half the town and killed 8 American soldiers, part of a military garrison there. In response, the United States sent a 10,000-strong punitive expedition led by John Pershing, a future World War I general. The large number of troops ended up being pretty useless, however, as Villa melted into the mountains, an area he knew exceptionally well. Other than the Columbus raid, there were multiple other mutual attacks along the border, including the assassination in 1915 of another Mexican revolutionary, Pascual Orozco, and several lynchings well into the 1920s. There was also the Battle of both Nogales on August 27, 1918, when confusion over a border crosser inadvertently led to a shootout between U.S. and Mexican forces that ended with dozens of soldiers killed and hundreds of civilian casualties, including the mayor of Nogales, Mexico.
Damn.
In the end, this led to the building of a 2-mile wall between the two towns, one of the first man-made physical separations between the two countries. The end of the Mexican Revolution did not end the American anxiety about controlling the flow of people and goods along the border. And in 1924, the first limits on migration from the Western Hemisphere were instituted, as well as the creation of the Border Patrol. This was especially so because the arrival of Prohibition made Mexican border towns attractive destinations for those looking to drink. Pretty soon, the region became notorious for its bars, like this one in Tijuana, which advertised itself as the largest bar in the world. This became enough of a problem that at different points, the American government ordered border checkpoints closed early.
Pause. Doc, I bet you got a Tijuana story. Everybody has a Tijuana. I don't have one, but most normal. I'm not normal, but most normal people have a Tijuana, especially if they're from Texas. They got a Tijuana story.
I've been to Tijuana and I learned the history about Tijuana too, and where it got its name from. But yeah, Tijuana.
Tijuana.
But my most memorable Mexico expedition was crossing the border from Laredo. Bro, yeah. Like a lot of truck drivers say stuff based on what they hear. And I've heard guys that said they've been over there, but experiencing it.
I can only imagine. I've heard
actually
stories.
going over there, man.
Donkey show.
God.
Shit like that.
I didn't even go watch that. I didn't go watch that nasty crap. But just the bars, man, like yeah, like winding up in the little border hotels that are around there, bro, and just yeah. That's all I can say because my wife may see this shit at some point.
Let me play.
Hey, I will neither confirm nor deny anything that happened, but I will say I won't be going back.
That's funny how both of y'all ain't saying what the hell happened. It's like, all I can say is I've been there. I can't really tell you.
Say, look here.
Sound like that's the new Vegas.
Hey man, all I can say, all I can say, because I had never been to Vegas a day in my life. I went to Mexico before I went to Vegas. I went to Mexico before I went to Vegas, and everybody think Vegas is the shit. Nothing really happens in Vegas. You got to get outside of Vegas to where the real shit goes on. If you want to truly experience something, Get outside of Vegas, the outskirts of Vegas. You know what I'm saying? Like a few miles outside of Vegas where they got the real live houses where you can go in that bitch and feel like a king. If your
Outside
bitch
of
ain't treating
corporate
you
Las
like a
Vegas.
yeah, outside. If your bitch ain't treating you like a king, you can go there and I guarantee you somebody will tell you you're a king. Trust me.
Man,
Trust me.
hey, stop talking, bro. You're gonna get yourself in trouble. Let me play this video.
Drunk.
But people tell me
Along
I'm
with this,
king
smuggling of
while in Texas.
Yeah, we have the bunny ranch here. Hold on, let me play this.
alcohol also became an issue.
Wait, what were you gonna say?
Go ahead. No.
Yeah, let me play.
Go ahead.
So the Border Patrol continued to grow. In 1924, it had only a few hundred men that covered the entirety of the U.S.-Mexico border. It soon doubled and then continued even after the end of Prohibition. By the late 1930s, it was around 750, and by the early 1940s, it had over 1,500. But this was only the beginning. In 1933, the Border Patrol was made part of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, and in June 1954, the INS, looking to show off its effectiveness, decided to carry out the largest deportation effort in American history, the official name of which was Operation Wetback. Using military-style tactics, the operation ended up deporting over 1 million people, an unknown number of whom were American citizens. This was not the first time Mexican Americans were illegally repatriated. A similar effort had occurred in the 1930s, but this time it was much larger and the conditions were worse. As a result of the operation, 88 of those deported died of heat stroke. The post-war economic success in both Mexico and the United States and the end of Prohibition calmed down Americans' anxiety about the border somewhat, as illegal crossings tumbled and the government had not yet decided to regulate other types of drugs. The 1970s war on drugs and repeated Mexican economic crisis changed all of that. Panic became such that the U.S. Supreme Court explicitly decided in a number of cases in the 1970s that Mexican appearance was perfectly legal as a reason to stop cars at permanent border checkpoints. Meanwhile,
pause. Mexican appearance is good enough to stop the cars.
So that's why you have most Hispanics driving under the damn speed limit. They doing 40 and a 70. Is that why?
Let me read I think is this the same comment? He says, I have two separate secure Christopher Weird Doc as my social media and posting IDs. IDs. And to protect their intellectual property, one of the intellectual property separate from my social media, World of Earth, one for my retail store. These protect me from lawsuits, so they can't take any more than the corporation. Okay, I get it. I get that. I get that part of it. Let me play this.
The 1980s crack epidemic and the subsequent crackdown on Colombian cartel routes through Miami shifted both the supply lines and the attention to the U.S.-Mexican border. Finally, the 1994 North American Free Trade Agreement ended up changing the nature of the border once again, as millions of jobs were created, as American parts and know-how took advantage of access to cheap labor on the Mexican side. This meant that the assembling of parts for appliances, textiles, and other products crossed the border multiple times before ending up in a finished product. This brought prosperity to both sides, and also a huge opportunity for smuggling. Every day, millions of goods come across to meet American demand, but not all are supposed to.
So NAFTA, and I mentioned that before when I talked about this subject because the border and the way the goods move across, like NAFTA, y'all.
Additional development ensured angst would grow about the border. This was Proposition 187, a ballot initiative that Californians passed on November 8, 1994. The proposed law was meant to deny any kind of government benefit to people without the proper immigration status, but it was soon challenged in the courts and declared unconstitutional. This enraged conservatives who, with their new majority in Congress, immediately set out to be tough on illegal immigration. One way to do this was to expand the Border Patrol and drown it in resources. This began a long period of increased spending, which would grow even more after the terrorist attacks of 9/11.
Now, the budget rise, And that's the thing, man. And if you look at the military budgets, you're going to see the same trend and probably along the same lines in the same years because they go together. And that's that fucking, what do you call it? I mean, bureaucracy. I can't really even think of a word for it because this money is not being used well. Like, this is a waste.
It was around this time that the border began its more dramatic physical transformation with walls and barriers. By September 2001, all major urban areas had them, but then in 2006, Congress passed the Secure Fence Act, which intended to expand it all along the border. That was easy in theory, but hard in practice for two reasons. First, there were massive natural barriers, not just in places like Big Bend National Park, which you see here, but also because all along the Rio Grande there is marshland, which is not conducive to building massive walls or fences, and so they would have to be built several meters away from riverbanks, in effect reducing American territory. The second was that given the history of the eastern part of the border, there were large parts of the Rio Grande that were private property. These were not just ranches and houses, but golf courses, churches, and even a casino near Eagle Pass. Not surprisingly, their owners were not keen on giving up part of their land to build physical barriers. For the most part, lawsuits stopped much of the construction. On the western part, meanwhile, there was land owned by the Tohono O'odham, an indigenous tribe that was divided into two by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, and whose members retained access to the United States even when born on the Mexican side. At least that was the arrangement until D.C. decided to build a wall to separate the land. Thus, the 2006 bill ended up creating barriers just about everywhere it could, pushing would-be irregular border crossers to go into more and more inhospitable and dangerous territory, particularly the Arizona desert, where thousands of people have died trying to cross since the 1990s. Neither the obvious obstacles nor the deaths stopped Trump from championing a new wall, nor from it becoming a serious policy debate. Serious only in the sense that it became a given among the Trump faithful, while everyone else found the focus on it to be counterproductive. This was especially so because from the mid-2010s to the present, the main immigration issue at the border has not been irregular crossers, but asylum seekers, especially from the Northern Triangle in Central America, who deliberately turn themselves into border authorities and therefore individuals who a wall would not stop. In the end, Trump managed to deal with this, not with a wall, but with a simple directive to have people that wanted asylum to wait on the Mexican side of the border. This created numerous camps on the Mexican side in horrible conditions. But making it to the other side wasn't necessarily better, as even occasionally before Trump, but especially once he became president, the separation of families became standard government policy. In the meantime, there were significant developments related to drug trafficking along the U.S.-Mexico border. Once dominated by a single Guadalajara cartel, policing efforts and internal divisions divided the cartel into multiple competing organizations based around single regions within the border, the Tijuana cartel, the Juarez cartel, and the Gulf cartel. Competition between them made Tijuana and Juarez in particular the most dangerous cities in the Western Hemisphere for a while in the 2000s, especially for women whose disproportionate homicide rate in Juarez became a cause célèbre during this period. The 2010s brought some peace, but the cartels have continued to fracture, and as new organizations have surfaced, like the Jalisco Cartel New Generation, violence has returned to the border with a vengeance. Some have even taken on the migrant smuggling business for themselves. All the while, the cartels continue to find new ways to smuggle drugs, tunnels, drones, submarines, freight products. The business continues to be immensely profitable as they try to meet the insatiable American demand for drugs. Thus, today, the U.S.-Mexico border remains what it has always been, a place of opportunity for some, a headache and source of anxiety for others, an unfolding tragedy for some of its inhabitants, and a place of hope for others. The details differ over time, but the spirit of the borderlands remains the same, a challenge that neither country can afford to ignore.
I wanted to make a comment. Mexico is a mess right now. I've been seeing a lot of shit in the news lately. Like 30 people just died yesterday or some shit like that. It was going down my timeline. It's a mess. It's a mess in Mexico right now. I saw a video of some. It was Americans. They were at the airport. They were at the airport. Where was it? It was in what's the one of the main places people go to coming from Texas, like one of the cheapest cruises is, what is it called? It's really close. Oh shit, it don't matter. Anyways, they were at the airport at this place in Mexico, and some shit happened. It was a live shooter, and I saw the video. It came down my timeline. It was these people, and they were crying, and they were ducking, and it was just and then you saw a bunch of the military, like Mexican military, coming through the airport. Like, man, that's not some shit you want to be fucking dealing with.
Hell no. And you say the military, I mean, shit, you might be looking more at a militia, really, because some of these I mean, the cartels, shit, they have their own damn military.
Yeah. And how can you tell the difference between but hopefully they're official. I think they were military because that's how they do over there. Those weren't security. They were army fatigues, and they had the fucking AR-15s or whatever.
Shit, I can go get some military fatigues.
Yeah, but can you walk around with an AR-15 in the airport?
If I'm running the country, based on, because not necessarily saying like the president, but I mean, when you looking at where the cartels has just as much power or more power than the actual president, yeah, you sure can.
That's a scary, scary, scary environment that I don't want to be in. So yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying. Because I was talking about going to Mexico, and somebody said, "Nah, bro, that's probably not a good idea."
See, bro, and years ago when I went to Cancun, it became like, cause I mean, shit, they was like, okay, you in the resort, they're like, look, don't even come out here like on. I'm like, what? Not even on the beach? Like, what do you mean? Like, that's what I'm here for. But it's like, especially at night. You know what I'm saying? Like, daytime is not so bad. But bro, I'm gonna tell you, some of the security that they had, I was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna just go back up here because like I was tough than the fucking security that they had right there on the beach. You know what I'm saying? Like, these some guys, they look like clueless. They happy to have a job, and they probably safe because they Mexican citizens or whatever. But shit, just the thought that you got a little money, shit, you get your ass whooped and robbed, smacked around, or even kidnapped. In some cases that probably has happened just to, just for the hell of it. You an American, but you're a United States citizen, shall I say? But
let me read this. Our resident fact checker Doc sent me this. He says, this is the article. It says Mexico police say no evidence of gunshots at Cancun airport. Police responded to initial reports of shots fired at airport. Sounds of explosion may have been falling signs, National Guard. March 28, 2022. Let me read just a bit. It says Mexico authorities said they found no evidence of gunshots or explosions at Cancun's international airport after they received reports of shots fired and tourists fled the terminal in panic. Videos posted to social media earlier on Monday showed travelers running outside the building while carrying their luggage. In another video, National Guard members can be seen running inside of the terminal and going up an escalator. So yeah, that's the stuff that I saw. Yeah, so those were National Guard members that I saw. So I guess the shooting didn't happen. But that shows the anxiety of the people over there.
Yeah, man.
You finna check out?
I can only imagine. I can just hang out a little bit longer.
All right, let's jump right into Texas then. Let's jump into Texas.
Country.
As a matter of fact, it actually used to be a whole other country. Here's the story of the Texas Revolution.
Once upon a time, there was a country called Spain. Columbus started claiming land for Spain in 1492, and over the next several decades, other conquistadors ended up claiming large parts of the Americas, including present-day Texas. Throughout the 1600s and 1700s, Spain had a hard time getting Spanish settlers to move to Texas. In 1690, Spanish authorities, worried that France posed a threat, built missions across Texas. But Native Americans who already lived in the area attacked them and drove them out. However, eventually treaty...
Pause. They was like, imagine what the Aborigines was thinking. They was like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Like, where'd y'all come from? Why are y'all here? Like, you're like, this is my house. Bro, this ain't your house. Get the fuck out of here. This is my garden. I come over here every fucking spring. Like, get the fuck. This is my hunting range, or this is my camping area, or whatever the fuck, bro. Like
no, motherfucker. This is my home. The fuck you mean? This your like, man? You better get this shit up out of here.
So, so you can't. It's funny how like, and then whenever they tell the history of like cowboys and Indians, it's always the Indians trying to raid the town and rape the women and steal them and stuff like that. But the Indians,
it still bothers me that like they don't really show like real, like, I mean, because this is the typical pictures. Like, I mean, it's fine. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I know the truth, but it's just like the people that was running their ass out of there, the ones that they was really scared of, and because I mean, not to say that he a bitch, like like this guy that we looking at picture of, like he was.
I think that's Geronimo, bro. That's the one. I think that's Geronimo in that picture. That's the one that got assassinated in Mexico. They talked about it in the last video. I think that's Geronimo. And Geronimo is revered. Like, even that's where they get the saying, like, Geronimo, whatever. Like, that shit is old, but it's left over from the wars that was happening because the niggas was really scared of him.
Well, I would still like to get some DNA evidence from the skull and bone. The skull. They got his skull in the fraternity of what school is that? Yale. I think it's in at Yale. Wherever what was his the Bushes, the Bushes, George Bush's grandfather was, I guess is on mama's side.
Bush Senior. No,
Bush Senior's mother's father.
Okay.
Had their skull in the fraternity house, which gave them that whole thing with the skull and bones thing, the skull of Geronimo.
Oh, okay. I was wondering where you was going with that. I didn't know that. Let me play this.
These were signed, deals were made, and many Native Americans converted to Christianity. This made Texas a more peaceful place, and slowly, Spanish settlers began to trickle into the territory. These people became known as Tejanos, or people of Spanish heritage who called Texas home. Still, in 1821, only about 4,000 Tejanos lived in Texas. That same year, the country of Mexico was established after declaring its independence from Spain. Now that Mexico controlled Texas, they wanted to find a way to protect its settlers there from raids by the Comanche Indians. Their solution? Open up Texas to immigration. After all, plenty of Americans wanted to move there. One of those Americans was Stephen Austin. His dad, Moses Austin, was given permission by the Spanish government to start a colony in Texas, but he died shortly after this. By the time Stephen Austin arrived in Texas, Mexico was now in charge. The Mexican government told Austin he could start a colony as long as he only brought moral and hardworking settlers who promised to become Mexican citizens, join the Catholic Church, and learn Spanish.
the settlers must be moral and hardworking. Check. Become
That
Mexican
didn't work out at
citizens.
all.
Check. Become Roman Catholic. Check. Learn Spanish. Check. When I say check, I mean they didn't do none of that shit.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hell yeah. I can manage that. But no, but I'm wondering if Stone Cold is he related to these people?
Stone Cold Jackson, you talking about the wrestler?
Yes, Steve Austin.
Steve Austin. Is that his real name? But that's not a wrestler. I thought that was a wrestling name.
I don't know. I that's why I'm asking. Like hey.
Yeah. Don't ask me. I stopped watching when that big old fat dude started putting his booty on people's faces, and that was his move. I was like, I can't watch this. So yeah, I ain't seen wrestling since that was probably the 90s. I don't know.
Yeah.
Austin agreed to Mexico's terms. Between 1821 and 1827, he had a...
Wait, what'd you say? My bad.
Oh yeah, I said yeah. Back to everybody agreed to those terms.
Yeah. It was like, yeah, sure.
Attracted 297 families, soon known as the Old 300, to Texas. The success of Austin's colony attracted more land speculators and American settlers to Texas. Some were looking for a new life, some were escaping from the law, and others were looking for a chance to grow rich. By 1830, the population had swelled to around 30,000, with Americans outnumbering the Tejanos 6-1. The Mexican government had outlawed slavery, but many Americans were bringing their slaves with them anyway, often to work on big cotton plantations. Most Americans didn't want to learn Spanish or follow Mexican laws, and very few of them converted to Catholicism. The Mexican government was getting pretty angry. In 1829, they closed Texas to further American immigration, but many Americans were illegally crossing the border and settling in Texas anyway.
So how ironic, bruh. How ironic. Let me play that back a bit. See, I probably didn't hear that. Let me play this.
Were illegally crossing the border and settling in Texas anyway.
Okay. Let me play it again.
Crossing the border and settling in Texas anyway. But many Americans were illegally crossing the border and settling in Texas anyway.
Many Americans were illegally crossing the border and settling in Texas anyway. Does that ring? Let me play it one more time.
Many Americans were illegally crossing the border and settling in Texas anyway.
Does that does that sound like anything to y'all?
Play it again. I don't really get it. Play it again. No, I'm just kidding, man. Nah.
Yeah. So anyways, I'm gonna keep going.
Texas anyway. Those darn illegal Americans sneaking into Mexico. The Tejanos generally did not like these Americans because most Americans showed little respect for Mexican culture and had no intention of actually becoming citizens. The Americans in Texas were also angry. They weren't allowed to have slaves and had to start...
Pause. We weren't allowed to have slaves. They won't let us keep our slaves. And they keep on speaking Spanglish. Why they won't speak American? Fuck. They're like, technically this is Mexico. Well, fuck that. This is America. No, we don't. This ain't no Mexico. Let's make this into a republic, so we can keep our slaves and we don't have to keep speaking Mexican.
What is speaking Mexican?
That shit crazy, bro.
I want to learn that language too. Look, let me figure out what that whole damn Mexican language is.
Yeah. So they couldn't keep their slaves. They had to pay taxes. Niggas kept speaking Spanish to them. They're like, bro, this is kind of fucked up. Nigga, you came over here, bro. Like, you agreed to these terms.
They had to follow Mexican laws they didn't agree with. They also didn't like the new guy in charge, Mexican President General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna. Santa Anna was a dictator who enjoyed being in charge. He once boasted, "If I were God, I would wish to be more." Santa Anna began to send thousands of Mexican troops to Texas to enforce the laws. Americans in Texas, led by people like William Travis, began calling for revolution. Stephen Austin didn't
Somebody
want to
like
go
that
that
need
far
their
and
ass.
thought he could work
Somebody
to
like him
reform
need
the
his ass whooped anyway. You make.
And-
I
and
mean, that's. I mean, just think. I mean, somebody posting on Facebook. Well, if I could be God, I still wish to be more. What?
Yeah, so that's kind of like, I ain't gonna lie, that them winning is a bit of a tragedy, I think. This war that happened as a result of this. Let me play some more.
Mexican government. In 1833, Austin traveled to Mexico City and asked Santa Anna to allow immigration to Texas again, make Texas a separate state, and many other things. Santa Anna agreed to allow immigration, but refused to grant the request for statehood. Oh yeah, and then he tossed Austin in jail for trying to promote a rebellion, although Austin was never officially charged. This really made Americans in Texas angry. By the time Austin was released from jail in 1835, it was too late to undo any damage.
Y'all gonna lock up our dude too, making us speak Spanish?
Americans were ready to revolt. By this time, even many Tejanos were in favor of independence. On October 2nd, 1835, Mexican soldiers were sent to the town of Gonzales to retrieve a cannon stationed there to fight off Indian attacks. The Texans in town would not let soldiers enter town. There was a standoff, but eventually some of the Texans began to fire on the soldiers, causing them to retreat. The Texas War of Independence had officially begun. Throughout
Y'all not coming over here taking no goddamn cannons nowheres.
October, volunteers made up of people from all kinds of backgrounds joined up across Texas, building up supplies and preparing for the Mexican army to arrive. The rebels, led by Stephen Austin, who had no real military training, surrounded the city of Bihar. Wait, what? Bihar? Today that city is called San Antonio. There, General Martin Perfecto de Cos, Santa Anna's brother-in-law, led Mexican forces to defend the city from the siege by the Texans. For 2 months, the city was under siege, until finally General Cos surrendered on December 12, 1835, and all Mexican forces left the city. Things were looking up for the Texans, and many thought independence was near, but Santa Anna wasn't going to let that happen. He stepped down from his duties as president to lead an army of several thousand that headed north towards Texas.
What a douchebag. So you resigned your position as president. You was like, I'm gonna go over there and kick their ass myself. Who do they think they are? Fuck that. I'm a resign as president. And be the general of the army and go over there and kick their ass myself. And he ended up losing. Fuck.
Arriving in San Antonio on February 23rd, 1836.
I see why.
Promptly recaptured the city from the Texans, who were not prepared for the attack. Around 200 men, among them William Travis, and famous frontiersman and politician Davy Crockett, fled to a nearby Catholic mission called the Alamo. The men boldly defended the mission for nearly 13 days, until on March 6th, Santa Anna launched an early morning assault, killing nearly everyone at the Alamo. One survivor was Susanna Dickinson, who Santa Anna sent to spread of the Texan defeat to other Texans. It was during the Battle of the Alamo that in Washington on the Brazos, the Convention of 1836 was also taking place, where Texan delegates formally declared independence, forming...
Like, you know, what's crazy, me being from Texas, the story of the Alamo was taught to us over and over and over. And yes, that's where I'm going. That's where I was going with it. But they taught us over and over and over. But every time they left out certain details and they, told it from a certain point of view, and they didn't give no context to the story. But like every Texan knows about the Alamo, you know what I'm saying? But probably few of us, if we haven't dug any further than what they taught us, knows like what really happened and what the implications of it and how it came about and all that shit. Let me play some more.
The Republic of Texas. When word got out about the losses at the Alamo, many Texans started to freak out and flee their homes, heading east. However, many also were now inspired to join the Texas Army, and for the rest of the war, "Remember the Alamo" became their rallying cry. Also, a new dude was now in charge of the Texas forces, Sam Houston. who had been building up his forces secretly for weeks. To Santa Anna, it looked like Houston and his forces were retreating and scared out of their minds. After all, the losses at the Alamo were devastating, and the Mexican army outnumbered the Texas army by almost 6-1. Santa Anna was
That goes his arrogance and ego again.
confident that the rebels would surrender soon, and he divided his troops into 3 groups and spread them out to other areas of Texas. Houston, meanwhile, was having his troops retreat, but it was all part of his plan. On the afternoon of April 21st, 1836, Houston and the Texas Army caught Santa Anna completely by surprise by attacking his men, who were camped out near Lynchburg Ferry. It became known as the Battle of San Jacinto, and it was basically over in about 18 minutes. During the fighting, many Texan soldiers repeatedly screamed out,
What do you say? They teach us about this battle a lot too. They teach us about this a lot.
Mr. B say that battle lasted every bit of 18 minutes.
Yeah, it was really a slaughter. It wasn't a fight. It was just them coming and killing them. They caught him off guard and killed him.
"Remember the Alamo!" It was basically a massacre. Half of Santa Anna's men were killed, and nearly all the others were taken prisoner. Santa Anna himself was captured the next day. He was forced to sign papers ordering all Mexican forces out of Texas and recognizing the independence of Texas. After a mob
What a dumbass. How the fuck you let that shit happen?
of Texans demanded to kill Santa Anna, some decided that he stay alive to try to help out with the protection of the new country of Texas. However, unknown to Santa Anna, the Mexican government got rid of his powers, and Texas independence wasn't fully recognized by them for several years after this. Mexico would make several attempts to retake Texas, but after San Jacinto, they never had a realistic chance. Sam Houston.
So that's an interesting little tidbit, is that they didn't recognize the independence of Texas. Like they was, and that's what's crazy, because even to this day, a lot of Mexico, they feel like Texas is still a part of Mexico. They don't, you know.
Houston became the first president of Texas. Stephen Austin, who lost to Houston for the presidency, became his Secretary of State, but died 2 months later. Houston gave him the label Father of Texas. Texas was a country for almost 10 years, a time marked by much conflict.
It was a country for 10 years. Ain't that crazy? And look at that map with the little Texas penis up here. Like, why did they draw it like that? Whenever okay, I can see they used the rivers for all of these. So, but to this part, they was like, let's just go up and down. Like, we're gonna make it into a box up here. Little penis tip.
Yeah,
but also a time looked back upon with great pride by modern Texans. On December 29th, 1845, Texans agreed to be annexed by the United States, and Texas became the 28th state. Today, it's safe to say that no other state has quite as interesting of a history as Texas, which is now the second most populous state in the country.
I think that was a pretty good video for the gist of the Texas history, and like most of us, all of us here know, a good amount of that already. So this is kind of like a refresher course, and then adding in some details that maybe you didn't know.
Well, I was raised in Louisiana, so middle school we had, we did so much about the Louisiana Purchase, all that crap, 1812, all that kind of crap. But Texas, I didn't really learn a lot of the details about it until after I moved there. So
I feel like everybody knows about Texas because I'm born in Texas and shit.
Nah, most people don't give a shit about Texas until they get there.
Yeah, but that's interesting, right? What I said in the other video was like Texas, because of that history, that's the reason why Texas is the only state that can really succeed from the Union, because they were their own country for, what they say, 10 years?
Yep.
Imagine that though. Imagine surviving as a country. That's pretty amazing. Next to Mexico and the United States for 10
But they
years.
weren't.
But
that's
then the other side of that is it wasn't really recognized this whole time because they said they had Mexico had taken Santa Anna's powers away. Therefore, those paperworks that he signed at the end of that war wasn't valid. Y'all get what I'm saying?
I don't know. Yeah, but I don't know how true it is that, I don't think that's the only state that was a country. Maybe since the United States, but shoot,
I don't think there's another state that was a country before it became a part of. I don't think there's another one.
So Virginia, the Carolinas.
Oh, you talking about? Okay, I get it. But those turned into the United States, so that's why they don't. Historically, that's why we don't look at it that way.
But what were they before?
You're right. You're right. Technically, you're right. Technically, you're right. So I'm not gonna argue with you because you're actually technically right. But that's just not how we look at it because they became the United States.
I mean, there were kings and queens of those different what we call states now. Those countries, there were kings and queens of each one.
But American history. Again, we don't like to focus on. Damn it! I forgot what I was gonna say. This video is throwing me off. You know how arrogant United States is. So
yeah, I mean, nothing existed before the United States.
Right. That's you followed. You read my mind.
Yeah, I know, but I have no choice but to see the depths of a lot of it because of my own beliefs. I mean, things that I live by today. I mean, there's no way that the world, like Africa existed for millions of years, Asia for millions of years, but America has only been here for 250. No, I mean, it just don't work that way.
Yeah, but to America, to United States, is nothing was here. But because to acknowledge that is to acknowledge that the United States is criminal, if you will. You know what I mean? It's to acknowledge what do you call it? Settler colonialism. Yeah, genocide, settler colonialism. Fucking robbing the Indians of their land. They don't want to acknowledge none of that. So you can't talk about nothing before the United States was the United States.
Yeah, because I mean, for some because I mean, honestly, I don't know if CRT would be good to be taught in school or not, but at the same time, like through it all, whether it's called CRT or XRT or PYT, we need to stop being so damn immature and just really teach, real history. That way, we can actually be able to have some peace. Because I mean, some people's arrogance and ignorance run so close together that they'll be willing to fight for some shit that it just puts them right back into the seat of wrong. You know what I'm saying? So
let me read this little meme. It says a sapiosexual is one who is attracted to or aroused by intelligence in others. And then right underneath that it says women will post shit like this, then date a motherfucker who puts his finger under each word he reads. That's funny to me.
I don't get it. Say it again.
Okay, so it says a sapiosexual is one who is attracted to or aroused by intelligence in others. So like a chick posts that, right? So and then the guy says women will post this, then date a person who puts his finger under each word he reads. Basically saying, the chicks act like they want somebody smart, but then they go for the dumbest dude in the room.
Yeah, no, I get it now. I get. I didn't really hear everything, but yeah, but I guess I'm a sapien. What is it? Sapiosexual.
Sapiosexual.
Sapiosexual. Okay. Yeah, I must be one of those. But wait a minute. Somebody might need to be muted.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, that was me. I was outside walking back to the truck.
Oh. Chris Rock.
About what happened. So if you came to hear that, I had like a whole show I wrote before this weekend. And I'm still kind of processing what happened. Like so at some point I'll talk about that shit. And it's really funny. How was your?
He gonna milk this shit. He's gonna make a whole fucking comedy special based on. I would. Why not? And go on tour next year, and do a whole comedy special about it.
Yeah, he could say the one he had written for this time for later.
Yeah. Well, no. This time he does his jokes that he already wrote, and he get paid, and then he come back next year with the new show talking about that, and then he gets paid again. Because that's what he said. He said, I know y'all came here wanting me to talk about this, but he said, I'm still processing it, and I already wrote jokes for this. I already came prepared for this. So I'm sure he went on after that and went on with his show. And that was all he gave them, was that little bit. Because they're going to be
video of them of Will Smith slapping some Ukrainian reporter. And they're like, oh, it's not the first slap Will has administered.
Yeah. I think the one that looks like the guy was trying to kiss him kind of, and the guy, he kind of like little backhand pap on him. That what you're talking about?
Yeah, the guy who gave him a kiss on the cheek and he slapped him like, hey, what the hell wrong with you, dude?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that last night. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, so what do y'all think about the Texas history related to migration and related to slavery and Native Americans and the border and all the stuff that we looked at today?
I mean, I'm already overly opinionated about a lot of that. So I mean, maybe somebody else can.
Yeah, you I wish that we would have a little more sympathy towards these people, and that's what I'm going to do for this week. Like I said, I don't think that you guys are going to move from your position on how you feel about immigration or migration or the border. But I'm just hoping that by the end of the week we have a little more empathy or sympathy for these people that are, going through what they're going through.
What do you think? Because I mean, no matter what I say, you think that I don't think I'm really far off from the way you see it, but if some things can need to be cleared up, I can. So I mean, from your point of view, what is it that you think my views are?
That there's a freaking caravan of immigrants coming over here stealing all our jobs.
True. Well, I not as far as the stealing jobs. I mean, most of the jobs they get, we didn't want in the first place. So I'm not going to say they're stealing our jobs. But yes, there's many of them that's coming over here, bro. I mean,
That did y'all see the South Park episode?
And maybe rightfully so. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't negate the fact that they're coming here, bro.
They took their jobs. Yeah, they took their job. They took their jobs. That fucking South Park made fun of this subject. It had me on the fucking floor laughing, bro.
But you know,
God.
I've always believed, like, okay, if immigrant, you know, especially for those who look at immigrants as being less than or dumber or, you know, any crazy shit like that, you know, if they're able to come over here and steal your job, man, you need to get a fucking upgrade. Like you need to do something with your life, like way different than you've ever have. Because, you know, if you're gonna shit on them and they ain't shit and this, that, and the other, but they can come over here and get your job, I mean, bro, you not doing something right. That's you know, my viewpoint on that. So it's not necessarily you know, the whole idea of, you know, like, cause honestly, I really don't care. Like, none of them have ever like really changed my way of life. Like, I've met some of these guys that were illegal. I like, and shit, more power to them. Shit, if you can, you know, shit, just, you know, I know if I try to do it in reverse, I mean, let's just say if I was trying to get over there and find a job and this, that, and the other, like, I would probably be met with way more of resistance than they find from us. But, you know,
I don't think so. I don't think so. And
if the money was to be made on their side of the fence, and I was trying to get down to their on their side, and like, bro, a lot of
they
these
worship.
people
They
are,
worship. They worship Americans. They worship United States citizens. They think we're all rich.
listen, but you
That's exactly what
take,
he's.
but no, if we're talking about in reverse, we're talking about truly in reverse, not just the motion, but every aspect of it, where they are the power. If we're gonna look at it in reverse, like, you gotta really look at it in reverse. If they were the ones that had the power, had the jobs, had the money, all the things, and I'm looking to them as a place of, you know, of growth, and, you know, like a place of refuge. That's what, when you really looking at it in reverse. And if I was trying to go there,
But that's complete speculation, and that's what I be saying. All these arguments,
That's not speculating.
all these arguments have no air.
Dude, 90% of your arguments are complete speculation.
like, have you ever really like like the resentment that, like, how they really feel about, because, like, yeah, they might have like look up to America, but in most cases, they still, the people who oppress them the most, they still want to be friends with, and the ones who are in the same situation as them is the ones that they have a problem with.
Yep.
I ain't gonna lie, there's probably some truth to that, but the United States citizens do that too. That's what I be saying. But we're a country of migrants.
But that's why,
and then they turn around and close the door for the next motherfuckers that's coming. That look just like them.
But listen, if they came here and joined in with the people that's more like them, the same situations, maybe the people, they wouldn't have so much contempt when they come up here. It's like, oh, here's another brother that's on my side, regardless of their shade. Here's somebody else that's willing to fight for the same cause I'm fighting for. But they end up coming here, and even the ones that's our same color, our same shade, come here and have more contempt for us, upset with us, talking shit about we don't work, we lazy, we this and we this, that, and whatever. Talking total shit about us, but we're not the ones oppressing anybody.
I think that's an empty argument. It's like, because they did this, or I think they're gonna do that. Because they come over here and they say stuff about us.
I'm glad you used
they
the
say
word
stuff
think.
about us.
No, that's not.
I've worked in many environments where
I'm glad he
I've
said
seen
think.
I've worked in many environments where I've seen the difference. They would look. I'm a light-skinned black dude. They would rather treat a Honduran who's darker than me better than they would treat me. I've seen it. I've dealt with it. And then working in their environment where they're in control, where you have a Hispanic boss and the people underneath them, like they literally gonna make sure their guys get the better job over you. The job that pays the most, they're getting it.
Yeah. But
Like
I mean,
it happens hands down,
but
bro.
I'm gonna tell you. I mean, if I'm in a position of hiring, I'm probably gonna do the same thing. So I mean, I don't really fault them in that. Like I mean, even when we talk about white people and how they hire, yeah, like they look out for their people first with the higher paying job. I think that's a natural order. Like that's gonna happen no matter who you are. So I don't fault them for that. My thing is, if you come here and you join in, like you know what I'm saying, you're at the bottom of the totem pole, but you want to join in with the oppressors, the people who are making decisions that's got things fucked up for you and for me, but you want to take their side instead of being like, hey bro, hey, look, I'm new here, like, I'm one of your brothers. What can we do to make this thing better? You've been here already. You've been, your grandparents been here. Your great grandparents been here. Like, y'all obviously have something going on that you might understand this place better than I do. Instead of getting on, on code with me and people like me, no, they want to kiss the oppressor's ass.
I named the show Another Brick in the Wall. Y'all three are 3 bricks in the wall, and walls don't do no good. And
what the hell are you? What the hell are you?
Walls, and look, the arguments be empty, like the tax argument.
It's not empty. Just
it's
because you don't agree. Just because you don't agree, maybe because you have a different viewpoint.
It's making excuses to be mean and unfair to these people. Let's look at the taxes. One of the complaints is the taxes. They come over here, they don't pay taxes.
See.
We talk about
now you're pissing.
We talk about rich people who don't pay no damn taxes. They're putting their money offshore. We say, oh, you need to just be like them. You know what I'm saying? Just do it as good as them. You could do it too. That's not what you tell when you're talking about illegal immigrants. Kill them, get them out of here. They don't pay no taxes.
So how does your whataboutism in changing the focus of the topic like that change anything? What about these guys? What about these guys? Well, how does that change anything about what's being said in the first place?
I ain't gonna lie. That's what I did. So I ain't gonna say thank you, but you called me out. But I mean, I did that on purpose. But I mean, it's because I'm losing the argument. I'm fighting against all three of y'all.
But no, but you came with a faulty argument to begin with.
I don't think so. And hopefully you guys will see it better by the end of the week. We got one more show.
Hopefully we can have 4 bricks in the fucking wall by the end of the week.
No, that's not gonna happen. And that's what I said. I don't think any of us are gonna move on this.
No, fuck bricks in the wall. We're trying to get the conversation. We're trying to build the mortar in the wall.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doc. Yes.
That's what I'm trying to do.
But see, that's the thing.
Nah.
I want the bond, but yes, I have some contempt for some immigrants. I have a bunch of immigrant friends. Now I have a immigrant friend. No, I have plenty of immigrant friends that are willing to fight the fight. But then
you sound like the racist person who says I have black friends, so I'm not racist.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm trying to tell you is, I can identify the difference. I know the difference. I know who's for me and against me.
Just by looking at them, just because they're from Mexico, just because they speak Spanish, just because they Hispanic.
Well, honestly, like I have, I can't say mostly because what you don't realize is like a lot of them aren't even Mexicans. Some of them are from fucking Guatemala or fucking Venezuela.
Salvadorian.
Or yes, exactly. Like
Honduras,
They're
Belize.
here to game the system, and that's my problem.
So look, okay, I can go this direction in the argument. Game the system. Okay, so that kind of goes back to what I was saying about the taxes with the corporations, the LLCs we was talking about earlier. Gaming the system is the way to go in America, in the United States.
And I would give an immigrant the same if they, if they are genuine people that's trying to, not shit on me on their way up, I would give them the same advice.
But again, that's the American way.
When you come here
shitting on the guy below you.
When you come here illegally, you've already proven you don't want to work in the system or with the system. You come in starting to say, "Fuck the system. I'm breaking the law right off the bat. Give me my government money."
They don't give.
Your turn.
If you're illegal, you don't get no government money. How you gonna get some government money without a social security number?
Move to California.
Well, I don't know California laws, so I can't speak on that.
And different states do operate differently. Like there are what they call them, sanctuary cities and states or whatever. Yeah, you might want to look into some of that.
That's a political term. I know all about sanctuary cities, sanctuary towns.
Okay, so do you just hear the word, or do you know what it means?
I know what it means, but I'm telling you, it's a political term. It was created for a political purpose.
It's not just a political term. It's a political term because of how it's used.
It's a political term because it was created for political reasons.
There's no reason that it can't be both.
Say, bro, look, where is my fucking umbrella? Because somebody's trying to piss on me and telling me it's raining.
No, the thing is, you got to realize there's nothing stopping it from being both a political term and a real problem.
I mean, and it is an issue. But what I'm saying is, when I call something a political term or tool, it's because that means that they're using it out of proportion of the problem. And that's the whole argument here. Because you guys are saying there's a flood of migrants, and I'm saying that it's not true. There's no evidence for it. That's all political. It's blown out.
Political tool as your argument in almost everything.
Because it's blown. They blow everything out. It be true. Because a grain of truth, like I say, the best place to hide a lie is in between two truths. You make a damn lie sandwich.
So, all right. Let me ask you this. Now, if this is not happening, because you're saying this is just conflated, but they've just made a reparations deal with immigrants that came over illegally, but because their children got held up at the border, because if they came illegally, there was no reason for any, like they would have walked straight through the door with whoever was coming. They came illegally and got separated from their kids, and those who got separated from their kids, whether it was with Obama, Trump, or even here with Biden, they're getting a settlement of $500,000 just because of that. So if it's not happening, why are they making laws to repair some of their faults and all of that?
Because that's what they do politically all the damn time. Look at the damn crime bill. Look at the drug laws. They pretended they blew out of proportion a problem, and they overreacted. Look at the 9/11.
If they do that all the time, why they ain't done that for niggas? I'm just saying.
What do you mean?
That'll be a good. Why they ain't come up with no $500,000 check for niggas? I'm just saying. If they do it all the time.
Well, California is doing it, but I don't know. That's not what I was talking about. They do all the time. I'm saying the way they do things is they overreact to something, and they use that as an excuse to look at COVID. We was talking about COVID the whole last 2 years, and it's like overreaction to be able to persecute people, control them, do whatever the hell you want to, and keep these fucking draconian ass fucking past draconian laws, spy on people.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. They were able to get away with that because that's an invisible threat, an invisible enemy. These immigrants are not fucking invisible. They're walking, talking human beings that I interact with.
Yeah, but that flood that y'all talking about is a phantom.
So you believe that the only people that come in groups of 10,000 are the dark ones that they block from actually coming in? Like, no.
Wait, ain't none of them getting through, bruh. They not getting through there like that.
Yes, they are.
Just like what they said, these people are looking for asylum. So when you're looking for asylum, you go to the border and you turn yourself in to the agents.
No, you go to the closest embassy, which these caravans pass 7 U.S. embassies that they can turn themselves into at any one of them for asylum. But instead, they come to the border.
Because they want asylum in the United States.
And
they want the
can do
protection.
that by going to the embassy, the U.S. embassy. There's 7 of them in Mexico. They can go to any of them and ask for asylum and get treated or get it processed just like any other, just like going through any border place. But they choose to pass all of them and come through the border.
I mean, just because your interaction is low and you don't see the whole thing. Like, I'm a truck driver. Like, people try to throw deals at me to try to throw money at me to try to help them get in here.
Dude, we're in food service. 30% of the people we work with are illegal.
What?
And you don't want none.
More than that, actually. I would say upwards of 35.
Yeah, probably like 45, 50%. But you want all of them to
that's why Chaka don't want to have this argument.
That a
So you don't
young,
want his illegal
skilled
buddies to be
American,
mad at him and
especially
don't bust
Black
his table
American, could be working, right?
But wait, Doc. So you want all of the kitchens to be sent back to Mexico? That's what you're saying?
Did I say that? Did I say that was the action I'm saying?
I'm asking. So that would be the result of what the argument is.
Your argument is they're not taking jobs. What I'm saying is they are in jobs that could be given to Americans. I'm not saying get rid of them. I'm not saying take them away. I'm saying your argument is wrong in the fact that they are working jobs that could be worked by Americans.
And look, Doc, at the same time, he forgets the what his accusation for us is that we're making up bullshit stories about these people even existing and coming in these droves. But I mean, you're looking at just Houston, because a lot of them know they can't all build up in one place. A lot of these people, immigrants, they go to fucking Iowa, they go to freaking Nevada. Like, there's 48 states.
Nebraska, Wisconsin.
Yeah, but look, y'all talking about a flood of people coming in. That's what we're talking about. That's my argument that I'm saying is not happening.
Well,
y'all just giving evidence of people over here.
Maybe
we was just saying the cooks are the same people forever in the restaurants. They might be illegal, but they've been working in that restaurant for fucking 20 years.
Okay.
Nah.
But look, let me ask you this. Let's define a flood, because I don't even think I use that word. But however, let's define it. What should we consider a flood?
Like, I don't know, a large number of them coming at the same time.
You give me a number. What would you consider a flood?
I don't know what the number would be. Hundreds of thousands.
Hey, you swear this nigga is that chick who always look fucked up, the redheaded chick. When Biden fuck up and she got an answer for him. That's who Chaka sound like right now.
Damn.
See,
the lady who you talking about the lady who debates suicide every morning before she starts?
Yeah, that's who Chaka sound like right now in this argument. Well, the president didn't say
Yeah,
they're
nah,
coming, they're flooding, but there is a
nah,
problem.
he not squirming. He not squirming that bad. But however, I think that he know he has you know a weak
Man,
I think
argument
y'all's I think y'all's
because
argument is weak because there's no
because
evidence for the flood.
I can find some
There's no
evidence,
real numbers for that.
but where's your evidence? If you say that a flood is 100,000, you can't even say, well, it's nowhere near 100,000. It's only 10,000 or 5,000.
And that's the basis of my argument. Where's the flood? How can we where can we show this happening actually?
But one thing, like, all right, if you really look at this, if on a daily basis on the different areas along the southern border, if there's 300 or 500 on average every day that's coming in for the last, even if we just calculate 10 years, if let's say, all right, 300, all right, we're still looking at close to at least at minimum 1 million immigrants every year illegal that's just slowly coming in. And not to say when there are those big droves, when there's more than that, because I mean it could actually probably be way more than that.
So I don't understand, bro. I don't understand y'all because look, we always talk about the narrative in the news. So the narrative in the news is that there's a flood of people coming over, and y'all just swallowing that.
No, it's not. And
that's what they're saying in the news.
To an extent, but at the same time, some of these sources are reliable. Like this, all of it is not just bullshit.
They're showing you some pictures.
Every lie has a source and grain of truth. The truth is the border crossings are way up. There are more illegals coming through than ever.
Yeah, and I mean,
they're blowing it out of proportion, yes, but it is true. There are more, and there are more of them estimated already here.
Look,
these are things we're not.
It could be a whole nother freeway that's coming straight out of Mexico into like I-35. Might as well have carloads of people coming out of Mexico because it's like bro. They are. Look, we talked about the different places where like they can go. King Ranch. When we talked about King Ranch, bro, that's one of the biggest places where people make the crossings because it's on both sides of the border. It exists both in Mexico and in Texas. So lots of people like that ranch make money just because people are able to cross right there.
How does the ranch benefit from people crossing?
Crossing?
Yeah, is that what you're saying? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying.
Kickbacks from looking the other way.
Oh my God! No, it ain't even just. I think it's more so. Yeah, let me get my toll tax. Pay me.
And that way they don't have to worry about the cartels coming and shooting them up like they used to as well.
From what I understand, the coyotes find their way across these ranches, if you will, and just know where to go through where there's nobody at.
No, the
coyotes just end up being.
Somebody has to let them through.
No, but look, the coyotes just serve as negotiators between the different checkpoints, or when they get to certain areas. I mean, why you think
they get you across the border? Period.
Yeah, that's all they serving as negotiators.
You know how many Border Patrol agents that allow illegals to come over every day that look the other way, that turn around on their little 4-wheelers and side by side? God damn.
Yeah, because like some of these Border Patrols is like, oh, that's my guy. All right, you know what? He has him and his guy that's working with him. Come on, let's ride this way. Let's go check over this way because he done seen that he's got somebody that's already coming through that he's gonna get paid for on the other end. Like there's people that's actually coming right in through Laredo from Nuevo Laredo into Laredo and will get they can get in a truck, they can get cars or whatever. Like I've even been there. Like I used to work for a Mexican company. Of course they were, legal. But I mean, even when you come in there, they ask you, "Are you American, U.S. citizen?" Some of them be like, "No," and they just like, "All right, come on in." Like, say, bro, you you need to do more research.
Chaka know this. He playing devil.
Nah, I really do
He
feel the way I feel about this particular topic, and
But nobody's shitting on just what I'm saying, the average immigrant. Like that's where a lot of this began, as if somebody really has
and
anger or
but it
disdain.
but it but it is that is where it started, and that's what I was about to say. The Chinese Exclusion Act, right? They talk
Yeah,
about
but
that in
no,
the
you
video.
but no, you no 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 no. Don't switch it back and forth from who because this was
No, I ain't talking about Chinese. We still talking about the border. It's just that it was a
said I.
racist
You were
reaction.
talking about me because me and you were having the argument. I didn't make no Chinese Exclusion Act. I didn't make DACA. I didn't make up all these different laws and rules. My problem is that when they come over and they have an attitude with me like I personally did something to them. That was my whole thing.
So every
Like
immigrant
we
comes over here
even
mad
even
at you.
even my ancestors that were indigenous to this land had no problem with immigrants coming over with or without laws. We
So
would
it's
have
like the basis of your argument is that, because they gonna treat me that way or the way they treat me is the reason why I don't want them over here or whatever. That what you're saying?
yeah, the ones that's full of shit and like they come here to fight against me. Yes, they can take their ass back home. Fuck you.
Yeah, so these just the people specifically coming over the southern border are the people that's coming over here trying to mess over everybody.
No, we're not saying that. And I never said that.
Come on, bro.
I've never
Like,
said
come
that,
on.
bro.
Let's
I've never
have good
made
faith
that argument.
arguments, bro.
Dude, you argue like a Democrat.
Let's have some good faith arguments, bro.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
that's
voted.
fair.
He talked to Kamala Harris and was like, "Look here, I'm gonna set these niggers straight for you." She ain't even been down to the border. You can't even ask that bitch a question about the border. Oh, we're working on it. Bitch, you been locked in a cage underneath the White House. How you know?
Yeah,
I
she been
just think
tied up. She been tied up getting used by Biden for a whole year.
I think the history of the southern border is tainted with like racism, hate, fascism, nationalism, like toxic nationalism, and then they make the excuses of taxes or taking my jobs or whatever as an excuse, but it's really just hate towards these people that are aboriginals.
Hey,
Well,
but you
look.
know what though? You're making this argument towards Americans, but do you know how many? Do you know how many Hispanics, Mexicans that are here that came here the legal way that agree with everything that Trump put in place? That sat there and supported him and they fight for it still to this day because they don't like the fact of the way that they're coming over and they are the ones that's bringing that argument. They are the ones that don't want them over here taking over their careers and their jobs. It's not blacks, and you don't hear a whole lot of whites and blacks saying that shit. You know what I'm saying? You get a Mexican American that's from Jalisco or Mexico City that looks of a white person, but he's really Hispanic. But because they're such light skinned, pale skinned, olive skinned people from Mexico City and Jalisco and other areas Mexico, he may look white because he speak proper English. He doesn't have a Spanish accent anymore. Like they're the ones that don't want this shit, bro. They're the ones that speak out against it. They're the ones that are supporting the border patrol and that are demanding that the border patrol
Dude,
and border
hey,
But those people
no,
are
but
racist,
no,
and
but
that's
no, but no, but listen,
hateful.
say, hey, Deuce, I know you can attest to this, you and your buddy. When you go down there on the border, most of the people that work for Border Patrol are Mexicans.
They are Mexican. They are Hispanic, bro. That's who are mostly down there. You see a few white guys, maybe a few black guys.
Very seldom. Like
Very seldom.
90%, 95% of the Border Patrol are Mexicans, and they're stopping their own people from coming across the border.
But I was saying this earlier that it seems like that's the thing that you do as a United States. We're a nation of migrants that we come over here and then we say, no, you can't come over here.
Well, have you ever thought?
Are you making
Have you ever thought
that we should let our borders open to everybody? Like, I'm just wondering, is that the suggestion?
No.
Because then what do you do? What do you do about the people that's here? Because if I remember correctly, there was an argument in here about homelessness. There was an argument in here about fairness across the board for Americans and to stop the struggle. And if we continue to allow our borders be flooded with immigrants, how can we ever receive the proper care that we need here?
Yeah, all people all over the world will be coming in. But look, this is something I want you to debate with yourself. We talk about it tomorrow if you want. But think about this. Does Mexico want all of those people to leave?
Nope. They lose money.
Yeah, because they came from all the countries south of them.
A lot of them, true, maybe some of them may, but I'm looking at the fact that okay, maybe it's not all just U.S. Maybe a lot of the blame is shifted to the U.S. This political view of it all. You know, Mexico, if they lose all of their citizens, everybody come to the United States, what happens to their workforce?
And I think this argument points to how this can't be true. Because if there's a flood of 20 million people coming across the border out of Mexico, wouldn't Mexico start crying about this at some point?
But
No,
if Mexico knows that flood is just coming through, if they build a canal, you know, where the flow can just come through from South America, because I've been telling you for the longest, most of them are coming from South America because that's where these are real refugees that are leaving South America, where it's real messed up situations. It's not totally that bad to these
you
Mexicans.
have to walk from South America to get to the United States.
But bro, everybody's not walking. Say, bro, like
that's the whole caravan thing and how they're manipulating
They're catching buses. They're catching little plane. Like it's not against the law. Like everybody may not look at it the same way you thinking they are. Like that's a transfer. Like that's money being made in South Mexico for these to help them get up here, and they take their chance. If they get deported, all right, we'll see you next month. When you try again, and we will collect again.
These are poor people coming through the southern border. If you got money, you're gonna catch a plane to the United States. You're gonna have a visa and shit. That's the reason why they come illegally. They don't have the money to pay.
You missed, say, bro. You only want to argue. You're missing the whole point.
Okay, what's the point I'm missing?
That who gets exploited? Who gets exploited most? Poor people.
Yes. Okay. I agree with that.
Okay. When they come up with the money that they can make some moves, no, they don't get on the airplane because they get stopped at the airport on their own side. So they go underground. They find other routes, whether it's a fucking Wrangler Jeep or a fucking bus, or they can get a camel out there. They would fucking catch that.
Not people with money. Now people with money, you're gonna come over on you're gonna find a way, right? Just like them in the American system.
Argument. You
find a way when you got money. You say a school visa or some kind of temporary visa, visiting visa.
Who said people with money though? People with money is not a part of the argument. They're doing it legally.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying these are poor people. They don't have money to pay
but that's what I'm saying. You can't keep moving the goalposts and taking the argument off of the argument.
Okay,
Don't make a new argument just for fuck's sake.
I think it's related. I don't get it.
No, it's not. How can you put a rich South American in the same boat as a poor one?
Okay.
Two totally different things. Because, like I said, they'll take the proper process coming over because the money is not a big deal. They come here and they can start a life without having to beg, and the U.S. will be like, yes, you come on. But somebody who's poor that when they get here, they don't know what the hell they're gonna do, where they're gonna live, they don't have family, nothing. So that's why they take the other way around. The poor people find like they come up with enough money to try to make that transition, but that's the part that you're not looking at. These people are undocumented for the most part because they are poor.
Yes. And that's what I'm saying. This is an exploitation. Aboriginals, brown, poor people coming across the southern border.
The brown ones don't even get a chance. I mean, well, they get a chance, but they're not allowed free access, because even if you was paying attention to what's been happening on the Texas border, you would know that because of the funding that Biden took from the border after the executive orders that going against the things that Trump put in place, where they have to stay on the other side of in Mexico until when they took that funding away, taking a lot of the border patrol away that would kind of help with that. They just have to let them go. Like, they stop them, they detain them for a little while, they go through a little process, then they gotta let them go. So if they choose to go home, that's on them. If they choose to go to America, that's on them. They can't do anything about it.
My argument is this whole thing is politicized to distract us from the problems that are real problems that we have in the United States. Not to say that this isn't an issue.
They got you.
Not to say that this isn't an issue, but we have real problems that we need to deal with, that instead of dealing with those problems, we're talking about some bullshit, about some phantom millions of people who are crossing the border. They made this shit up.
Drain on the education, healthcare, and homeless system right now.
I wish I remember this when I wake up in the morning so I can find, because there's numbers somewhere. Texas keeps count of the stuff that's coming in. Nevada keeps track of what's coming in by them. California keeps track. So I mean, there are ways to calculate this, and we didn't even talking about.
Y'all give me some good numbers tomorrow.
He read actualborderreport.com and called it all a political number game last night.
Yeah, the Yale Institute.
No, the one before that, borderpatrolreport.com, the thing that has no right or left leaning, it just reports numbers. You call them biased, you call them manipulative, and then just miss the entire thing.
Yeah, because he's only gonna believe what he wants to believe. I mean, he doesn't. He thinks that everything, like some of these political issues is just driven by hate. No, some of this is real, bro.
And I trust the Yale's guys' numbers a lot more than I trust the ones derived from the census.
Didn't the Yale guys use got their data from the census, right?
They know look. I'm gonna tell you, they know the numbers because look, every day these are official offices. These are state-run, some federal-run offices that has to go through their process in order for them to not get sued for doing the wrong thing. So they're keeping track of the people that come through and they send back, and they're keeping track of the ones that they detained, and they had to let go because of a new law that's been in place since your daddy been in office. Daddy Biden. No.
And the
I
border
had to. I had to.
the border politics don't have nothing to do with who's in the office. It's always the same shit.
Yes, it does. Yes, it
That
does.
particular border, that
Bro,
south border, it's always the Republicans and the Democrats are on the same page when it comes to that.
it's always, bro. It always changes based on who's the president or even who's the governor of the different states. I mean, you look. I forget the guy's name, but you remember all them crazy laws that they had in Nevada. Or what's
Yeah, I know what
what's
you're
the
talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But
all that shit changes every time somebody else is in office. So how can you say that?
because they're always on the same page, Republicans and Democrats, about the southern border. They both agree on that shit.
Well,
It's
no,
always the same.
no,
Doesn't
they don't always
change.
because when it's balanced, yes, but when it's totally out of control, no, they cuss at each
Obama do
other
the
and say,
same shit. Biden do the same shit. Trump did the same shit as far as the damn southern border, bro.
I know.
There's no doubt.
The only time
See
Democrats
the
have cared about
political part that
borders.
see
The
the
only time
political part where
Democrat. Go ahead.
go ahead. Oh no, I would say the political part that you want to overlook is like how they gave Trump so much shit about immigration, but all of them, every president has had some issue with immigration.
Yeah.
But when see they take it out of context and make Trump the enemy because he's just like, all right, you know what, we can solve this and make sure it's legal from here on out by building this wall. But before he even got the wall built, he said, all right, this is what we'll do. If y'all are seeking asylum, y'all stay on the southern border until we give you further notice. Now, if you want to take that risk and come up there and sit there at the border, that's on you. But this is what I'm proposing. If you do something opposite of that, we're gonna eat your ass. You won't have a chance to come in here at all. So these things do change and shift based on who's a little bit firmer on immigration than others. But that the part that you seem not to see as the political part is that yes, all of them do have their own immigration policies, but they try to demonize another man for having their own policy.
That's all political, like pandering. That's like not even a real thing.
Well,
It's
yeah,
just
because
something for us to argue about.
say, bro, most people, most of the immigrants that come from whether Mexico or South America usually vote Republican. So one of the things that I think that was Biden's idea was that, hey, if we give them a free route in here, we don't give them a hard time. Maybe they'll see that the Democrats' way is the way to go. They'll come in and support us. That's what he's hoping on. He doesn't, because most time they get here, they still see the world the way they see it, and that's more so of a free, of a free society.
The
Under
Democrats are not on no open border shit. The Democrats are as hard assed on the border, especially that southern border, as the
bro.
Republicans.
Okay, so this is everything is bullshit that Cruz and Abbott and like all of the mayors that's along the southern the cities along, like everybody just like, hey, you know what, let's go talk shit about Biden because of this. No, I'm sure that they got plenty of shit they could come up with Biden, but those were the first things that affected Texas was the immigration because of the executive order that he signed to take the money away from those those cities that was keeping a lot of it down. Like a lot of them wouldn't even be able to make it as far north as Laredo if all of the border patrol that's further south was able to handle it before they can get that far.
I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true. It's not true.
Okay, I'm a liar all over again. I appreciate you telling me all about myself tonight.
Yeah.
I don't think you really know how it works. I think you done heard a few a few ideas, and somebody tell you one thing about their opinion, and you just kind of tag along with that. I don't think you really see it and understand it for what it really is.
And I would say the exact same thing to you. Is that's how I feel to all three of y'all.
Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. It's 4:00 here. I'm gonna
it's getting
take
late.
off. We can pick this up tomorrow. You can piss on my head tomorrow.
Yeah, we can finish it.
Stop pissing in that man Cheerios, man.
I'm gonna have my umbrella though.
Yeah, we had 4 hours. I'm tired too.
Yeah.
All right, man.
All right, man. Y'all getting out of here. Peace
Well, to all the immigrants, no matter where you come from, whether it's across the pond or if you running up the backfield, look, y'all come here. Y'all need to assimilate with the citizens, not trying to kiss ass with these people who gonna shit on you anyway. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all want to have not if you want to have a more peaceful interaction when you're here, maybe try being a part of the country, with the people instead of kissing ass and grabbing balls, massaging balls when you get here.
I really want to hear the immigrant story about the one that hurt you, man.
Say what? What'd he say?
Thank you, Doc. Thank you. Because I was thinking the same thing. What did they do to you, Pat? Did somebody touch you on your pee-pee? Did a Mexican touch you on your pee-pee? What happened?
Well, she
I
was
said,
nice.
I said I wanted to hear. I said I wanted to hear the story about the one that hurt you.
That hurt you, right?
Oh yeah, no. I never really been hurt because I've built up an immune system. Like it's something that we've been dealing with for so long, but it's something that we got to do something about if we're gonna truly make change. We have to be the people. Like we have to, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a small amount of people who have the power that can shit on us, but if we continue to shit on us, we're gonna be stagnant as we have been for a long time. So it's just like, hey, the best got to get out. You know what I'm saying? So personally, has somebody hurt me? No. Most of them find refuge with me. Like I said, I went to LSU. There's every immigrant you can think of that's gone through LSU. Some that they were highly protected by mom and dad. Some of them, they made it the best way they could. Some of them got kicked the fuck out and sent back home. You know what I'm saying? So I understand the struggle way more than you think I do. You know what I'm saying? You can assume what you like, whatever, but I promise you, I know a lot of these laws a lot better than you do. So, we can continue to argue, you know what I'm saying? If you can convince me otherwise, you know,
I'm a
hey,
genius.
you have defeated a great feat.
Yeah.
Like but
yeah.
However,
This is a big, huge argument in the States. So that's why it's a good topic to cover for and it would take longer than a week to really cover this. I mean, but we're going to spend a week on it.
Well, I mean that's fine. I mean, I wish we had some people that would actually come in and speak up.
Me too.
You know,
me too. I would love to hear more people's opinions because the way it's looking is what is it? It's 4 of us. So what is that? 25% of us feel, 75% of us want to send the Mexicans back to Mexico. And douse them in alcohol baths and shit.
wait a minute, hold on. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're so full of shit, bro.
Y'all don't get mad at me. I'm just saying. It's a slippery slope. The rhetoric.
I would hang up my phone in your ear if
But it's a slippery slope. The rhetoric that you're speaking is what leads you down that road of dousing people, talking about they have lice and having to douse them in kerosene.
What's happened before stops us from going there again.
Hopefully,
yeah, bro. Like, come on, man. Say, bro, stop it.
Hopefully, but history repeats itself. It rhymes. Yeah, I can see it happening again. I could totally, with the way people are talking, they've already been putting them in cages and shit, right? I'm sure y'all seen the pictures. And we have concentration camps in the States that are full of Mexicans.
Even then, it was a small group of people that was doing that. That wasn't the average, everyday people like us. Everybody's got an opinion, but at the same time, like, we're not the ones that's fucking running down on these people every day. A lot of times, I'm just kind of like, damn, this motherfucker's got a mighty big attitude, like I did them something. So I'll say, they full of shit if they come over here with that kind of attitude. But at the same time, I ain't put my hands on them.
Yeah, but how many of them come?
I ain't pistol whip nobody.
But all of y'all are saying these people come over here with this attitude. But all of the people come over here with the attitude of disdain, don't want to get others like them to come over, and agree with the border towns and work on the border patrol. All the Mexicans do this. That's what y'all saying?
No, I mean, there's
all the immigrants. They're rapists, killers, and robbers.
No. See, I never said that. I mean, I only heard
that's the slippery slope.
One person that said. Yeah, but say, bro, is it us having this conversation, or are you you vicariously having an argument with Trump?
What's going on is you're saying those things and saying that we're saying them, and then you're arguing like it's us. And I'm not saying those things, and I don't think anyone else here has.
It's what I'm saying is that's the road you're gonna go down. That's the road. No. That's the slippery slope that happens.
You cannot
You're saying all these people come over here act a certain way. You're putting them all in the same boat.
I didn't even
prejudice.
Say no.
You put us all in the same boat every time you say they when you talk about something you're talking about.
And I never said all of them. I never said all of them. I specifically told you I have many people that are my friends that I develop a relationship with because they not with that bullshit. Illegals and some that are legal. Like but the most of the conversation was supposed to be about the illegal ones and me saying like the ones I have a problem with are the ones that act like I did them something.
So how can you distinguish one from the other when we're talking about them migrating over the border? You can't determine one that's going to have a bad attitude and one that doesn't.
Look,
they're coming over here seeking asylum.
Hey, make some of them your friend. Maybe you can find out how I can come up with that.
That sounds like that. Like I say, that sounds like the racist white woman who say,
"I got
plenty of black friends."
I'm not
racist.
Man, say, bro.
How about show the fact that you don't have contempt for American laws by crossing illegally in the first place?
These people are poor, escaping persecution, desperate situations. They don't have the money to do it.
So that excuses the fact that, oh, I don't care about what your law is. I'm poor, so it doesn't apply to me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Democrats. Give me my ticket to California.
But look, my thing is when I do turn my back, I'm not turning your ass in. I know that you admitted to me that you are illegal, and you know what I'm saying, want me to help you get more of your people up here to into the northern side, into the United States. But you know what I'm saying, you can have an attitude with me like I'm doing you something wrong because I said no, or because, hey, look, you know what? Y'all have fun with that. Y'all go on, whatever the conversation might be. If you're acting as if I'm your enemy because, okay, no, I'm not gonna fucking drive you into fucking United States or further up into, away from the border. Bro, I'm not your enemy. But I'm not finna put myself in fucking jail for your ass or nobody. Not even my mama. My mama want to sell some dope. No, mom. Look, y'all go ahead and do that. So I mean, just you have to realize there's so many different. Like it's. Look, I'm 46 years old, bro, and I've experienced more than some 80-year-olds. Just chalk that up. But I'm about to get me some fucking rest. I'm gonna be driving again. I got some real man work to do tomorrow.
All right, man. Get you some rest, bro.
All right, y'all.
All right, bro.
Come up with a better argument tomorrow, please.
It's just 3 of y'all. That's why my arguments sound weak.
No,
I'm going up against a lot of
it
y'all.
sounds weak because it is weak. Like, I mean, bro, good faith arguments only.
Yes,
Good
sir.
faith.
Yes, sir.
Good faith. All right. I'm out. Y'all,
right.
y'all have a great day today, and we'll chat.
All right, bro.
Love
Get you
y'all.
some rest. All right, peace.
All right.
I done pissed Pat off, bro. He like, I gotta get off of here before I cuss Chuck out.
Oh man.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wrap it. Y'all got any final thoughts? What you got? Anybody got final thoughts? Doc, Deuce?
None. Like Pat say, get a better argument, or get another, get a crowd, get a couple people in here that agree with you, bro.
I
And then
hope
we can
so.
argue.
Please, y'all. Can y'all please come and help me, bro? Can somebody out there come fucking help support my side of the argument, please? Anybody out there listening, please leave comments.
But other than that, bro, I don't have
beat
anything.
up today. I got beat up today. Y'all need to come help me. I got jumped. Yeah.
But other than that, I don't have nothing, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm tired.
Eating myself too, bro. I'm finna lay it down myself, bro.
Yeah, I gotta work tomorrow too. But I'm gonna play the game for a while before I go to sleep. Bro. I ain't gonna even lie. Not gonna lie to you. But yeah, I guess we could wrap it. I hope you guys learned something. I hope you guys, I mean, like I said before, I don't think anybody, I think even the audience ain't gonna move on this subject. It's so embedded, And the other part is the narrative of the news. Like, it's funny to me how y'all are okay with following the narrative of the news on this particular topic, but other topics of the news y'all call it bullshit.
Well, I mean, I just think that a lot of people know that some of the sources again, that speak out about this from the news, and these are factual numbers, bro. You see it every day.
Myths and
So
motifs. David Burrows. That name is familiar. Frederick Lepides. John T. Shokers.
yeah,
Carter
but
are my
man, I'm gonna get my butt off of here, man. Peace and love, man. It's good being on here tonight. Learned something, Doc. I learned something from your comments, and good having you on here again tonight, man.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna go
appreciate you
lay
being here
down,
too,
bro.
Doc. Too bad y'all all on the other side beating me up. One of y'all could switch. One of y'all could play devil's advocate and make it more balanced.
I am devil's advocate. I'm more halfway between you and Pat than you realize.
Yeah. Pat, I think Pat is far on the. He's far from me on this topic, bro. Like I feel like Pat is all the way over, like on the other side of the football field on this topic for me. Maybe we can, make that distance a little bit less. Lessen that wide space in between us on this topic.
Like I said, we need to find the mortar that explains, that holds the bricks together, where it's all our opinions, but we understand why they can both be right and why they can both be wrong at the same time.
And that's fair. That's fair. I love it, Doc. I love it. I love it. That's why I think the name of the show, I called it Another Brick in the Wall. Y'all, and I'm sure most of y'all, I know Doc probably knows where I got it from. It's a Pink Floyd song. What's the name of that song? That's not the name of the song. But anyways, that's a lyric from the song. Is that the name of the song?
Another Brick in the Wall is the name of the actual song.
Oh,
most people know it as the one as we don't need no education.
Okay. Yeah, so my brain be all over the place when it comes to that shit, but I know my music really well. So, but that I thought it straight. I pulled it straight out of my head because of.
I believe it's track 9.
Damn, you got it memorized. You can sync up that Pink Floyd to that album to what is it? Alice in Wonderland? Is that right? I want to say Alice in Wonderland, and it syncs up with it real nice. If I don't know that, I guess that shows my history because Pink Floyd and drugs go together. But syncing up Pink Floyd with the I want to say it's Alice in Wonderland, and it's trippy because it like goes along, trippily goes along with the album. Really good album. But the message of that song, right? Another brick in the wall. Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. That's what I'm saying, and that's why I named it Another Brick in the Wall. Is because that's why this topic I think is important, because it's us. The walls aren't like they're metaphysical. They're in our mind. So we create these walls in our mind. So us as United States citizens, especially having the attitude like Pat has, I hate to talk about him when he's not here, but that I feel like that makes you a brick in the wall, having that attitude. And the wall don't even have to be there. It don't even have to be a wall. You could have done created one. And this nationalism that we have, this pride, and then it's a sister to fascism, and that's the slippery slope that we could slide our asses right down. And I could totally see in the United States being like fascist Italy under Mussolini. I could see the United States turning into that, like over fucking night. And that's why I think this topic is really important, because this is one of the topics that push people in one direction or the other on that nationalism, fascism / bullshit.
Well, right now, what I see is both sides want your vote, but only one wants to control the way you think.
I'd agree with you because I know you're talking about the liberals and they like to spoon feed people, and that's what I say all the time. And I say they're the worst. I say they're the worst. They're the worst. They're the worst. They're the worst. Ugh, they make me fucking sick. So I can't even argue with that. I can't argue with that. But as far as the border, both sides agree on the border. Their policies on the border are very, very. They're gonna line up. They're line up because it has to do with the United States, like ego pride. It also has to do with this racism towards Aboriginals, this hate towards natives, Native Americans, this hate towards brown people, people south of the border. It's just hate. It don't really have no basis. The basis of it is related to the United States expansion west. That's where it really comes from, Manifest Destiny. That's where the shit really comes from because that's what they do, It's like, let's not talk about me taking this land from these people. No, let's talk about them crossing the border over here illegally. And like that argument is null and void once you start talking about what happened before. You just killed all these Native Americans and you just took all their land. That's what you just did. That's what you did. And then you told the Native Americans you could be over here in this little reservation or whatever, or across the border or somewhere else, but this is the United States, you can't be here. So you come back, now you're illegal. Because that's another part of this I really want people to understand. History continues to this day. We land here from the past. And the Native Americans aren't gone, bro. A lot of them are what we call Mexicans. I wish I would try to understand that. But see, the only thing I'm looking for is a bit more sympathy, a bit more empathy for these people. At the very least, that's what I'm looking for. Hopefully I can succeed in that by the time we finish this week. That's my goal for this week. To garner some sympathy for migrants, asylum seekers, that people who come here legally or illegally. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it, y'all. Y'all have anything else?
I'm pretty much.
I'm spent. My brain is fried.
Yeah, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I'm tired dealing with that tonight, man. Breakdown, being out there in the middle of nowhere.
That's good that y'all made it.
Take a hot shower and go to bed, bro.
Man, it's good y'all made it through that, man. That's traumatic. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, that's scary to me. I be worried about that when I drive my regular car, my little old car. If I'm driving out of the state or anywhere, like I'm always scared to like break it down in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
Or running out of gas. That's another one. I ain't gonna never be the guy that runs out of gas in the middle of nowhere, because one time I got lost. And it's crazy how Texas is, but I got lost and I could not find a fucking gas station. Oh my God. You feel like gas stations are everywhere when you're in the city, because in the city they're every other block. But if you're not in the city, bruh, and I was like I was on fumes and I was lost and I was looking for a gas station. I was like, oh my God, I'm about to fucking run out of gas in the middle of somewhere I don't even know where it is. How can I even tell people to come and help me? I don't know where the fuck I'm. That shit scared the shit out of me. So whenever I'm traveling like out, long trips, I'm always gonna be like stopping and getting gas. I'm not gonna let myself go below a half a tank.
Yeah. Heck yeah, man. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, that's scary what y'all went through. So.
Oh yeah, out there in the middle of nowhere. But good thing was we was on their facility property, but still it's out in the middle of the salt mines around all these mountains. US 54 between Texas and New Mexico. It's
So really,
just
y'all
we're out in
got
the middle of
lucky,
nowhere.
right?
We're remote.
That y'all was near that NASA stuff or whatever, right?
Yeah, we were on their facility property when it messed up. But so and their property is miles and miles and miles, dude. It's thousands upon thousands of acres of property that Bezos owns out there. So I mean, there's land that you don't even see that he owns. It's covered by mountain, But yeah, we were there, man. We made it through. We got back here in the town. They were able to kind of do a temporary fix to get us out of that area in the town, and so they'll finish trying to fix it tomorrow. But yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie. I kind of got a headache. I'm just sitting here.
Thank you for your
tired.
time, bro. I know I'll be eating up everybody's time, like 4.5 hours. That's how long we've been on, and that's a long time. So
Nah,
thank
it's
you for your
cool,
time.
bro. I appreciate it. It's cool, man. I rolled throughout the night. I'm just not rolling tonight, which is a good thing, dude. I guess you can say, because
A
I'm
little
just
break.
kind of, yeah, I'm just kind of mentally tired, man. Which is not good to be behind the wheel.
Yeah,
But
get you a
mentally
rest.
drained, bro.
Get you some rest, man. All right, bro. Peace and love. Have a good night. Get you some
All right,
rest.
peace and love, guys. Y'all have a good one, bro. Same here, man. I'll get up. I'll be out here tomorrow night or tonight. So,
All right, man.
all right, man. Later.
And thanks, Doc, for joining. It's always great to hear your comments, but it's really great to hear them in real time. Yeah, thank you for being here, and thank y'all for listening and joining. Peace and love. You have a good night. Come back. We'll see y'all tomorrow.